Hello guys and welcome for today's season opener in the Virtual Endurance Championship, guys. Welcome for the 6 hours of Monza. We are out in pit road waiting for the prototypes qualifying to start, and yeah, it will be an interesting one as this hypercar is really tricky to drive. And we need to give it our utmost to stay alive and to stay on pace at all times in the stint, which means, on the one hand, I'm going to be a bit more silent than usual, probably. And on the other hand, means we need to have focus, and even more focus. Regarding the pace, difficult to say yet. Obviously you never know exactly where you're gonna be until the curtain drops, and the curtain is about to drop in 2 minutes 30. And then we're gonna see further. In all fairness, I assume we might be a bit down. I think we have a good shot at the top 3, but that might be it then, after all. We need to see how the race goes down. I think the more you have a good car for the race, the better you're going to be in the race. Okay, that was a very nice block. What a speech. No, the more your car is in a good balance, the more consistent you can be. And the reason why I say this is because this car is ridiculous on the balance after lap 1. So it feels like the tires are cliffing on the second lap, and then you drive around with cliff tires for the remainder of the stint. Yeah, so the task for setup was quite interesting, and for those of you that have watched the long run laps yesterday, you've seen me struggle quite a lot. I hope that this is somehow better today. Although you could always ask yourself whether this is really going to be better today when it has been horrendous yesterday. But yeah, we will find out. You guys will find out, and then we see. For the moment, though, we are going to be out on qualifying in 1 minute. Times for the LMPs are 35s or 34s. Hey Benji. I don't think it's that tight, really. I think it's tight at the front and then it's tight in the mid-pack, but like in F1, there is a bit of a gap between the front and the mid-pack. Anyway, 30 seconds, so engine on. And we try our best. Thanks.
Your exit is clear. Watch the white line. Okay, Michael, we've got 24 minutes to set a lap. Your brakes are cold. Take it easy.
Careful, car on your right. Clear right.
Thank you, Papa Lenny. Good luck for you too. I see you're not in the top 5, I'm afraid. Enjoy the madness.
On your right. All
What,
clear
that
on the
guy?
right.
Can't go on, overtake the other ones as well. Too bad. I thought you would like
Sector 3 is now yellow.
to go put more rubber down for us anyway. Alright, here we go. I lost 3 tenths.
Sector 3 is clear.
Hate this corner, can't really get the apex there. Apart from that, it's an okay-ish lap. A good bunker, I guess. That we missed the apex of Parabolica, but again, it's
New fastest lap
important
for
to just get a time in for the moment.
130.4. The
Which
lead
will
is
be a
just done at
30.6.
129.9. Sector 3 is 0.4 off the pace. Your front brakes are getting pretty hot. Your rear brakes are getting pretty hot.
Ducat, thank you. Appreciate it.
The guy behind has just done a 130.6. P4.
So let's see what was the actual loss in Lesmo. Well, the 530. Yeah. 2.5 to 3 tenths. So we'll put a second. If I can get the lap together. There is a
Sector 2
tenth
is
in
0.4
Lesmo
off
still.
the pace.
That's about it then.
That's 20 minutes to go, 20 minutes. Pit exit's clear, stay behind the white line. Yellow flag, sector 2. Incident in sector 1, yellow flag. Your brakes are cold, be careful. Green flag, sector 2. Your tyres are cold, watch out. car in front has just posted a 130.6.
On your left. You're clear left.
Tyre temps are good. Sector 1 time is good.
I can't get Lesmo 2 done. It's incredible, really.
Incident Sector 3, yellow flag. Green flag Sector 1.
Okay.
All clear on pit exit.
Bring us back live.
Yellow flag, caution.
So I can do a low 30 if I get my shit together. But I can't get my shit together at the minute. Hey NT.
Your brake temperatures are far too high. Cold tyres all round. Alright Michael, 15 minutes left, that's 15 minutes. P8. You're a tenth off the pace in Sector 1. Yellow flag.
Thank you so much really for not... I mean, he can't press this.
Green flag Sector 2.
I just need to stay where he was.
You're 2/10 off the pace in Sector 2. Green flag Sector 1.
Car right. Clear on your right.
There's a car exit in the pits. 1:35. Yellow flag, keep your wits about you, mate. You're 2/10 off the pace in sector 3.
Car right, clear right.
Sector 1 is green. Yellow flag. You're outside of track limits there.
Aranav, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. So I have 2 more attempts, right? Or only 1?
Your tyre temperatures are fine.
I think only 1 more attempt and
Green flag in
7
sector
to
3.
go. I mean, we'll go out straight away and with laps should I abort, but
Yeah, yeah.
Sector 1 is clear. Looks like P2 has gone off.
If you abandon first attempt, you should be able to do 1 more.
yeah.
But we need fast outlap.
Yeah, I'm not
The pit exit looks
chilling
clear.
around, so I've got exactly 6 minutes. Which is fine for the abandoning anyway.
We need to get some heat into these brakes.
But we're like 15 seconds short from doing an attempt and
Yeah.
doing another one. I would appreciate it so much for myself just to get that first 2 chicanes right and then repeat the lap.
Yeah, you improve a 10th and it's before.
I know.
The leader has just done a 1:29.6. 10 minutes to go. That's 10 minutes left. Yellow flag sector 3.
Take out the pace because people are on their outlaps.
Sector 1 is yellow. Green flag sector 3. Blue flag.
Deadpool, thank you so much
Okay, Michael. There's
for
a
your
car
Prime
exit in the pit.
subscription on
Heads
the
up.
Twitch channel. 6
P9.
months, really much appreciated. Nice, I do that turn 1 even slower than before.
Yellow flag in sector 2.
I'm such a great guy.
We can see Weiss has gone off. Sector 2 is clear. Your brake temperatures are really high, mate. They're cooking. Yellow flag, sector 2. It looks like Mello has binned it. Sector 2 is 2/10 off the pace.
I'm exactly a 10th faster. What to do?
Check after Parabolica.
Yellow flag.
Yep.
Sector 1 is now green.
Can you mute stream for a second?
You're all clear. Stay behind the line. Green flag in Sector 2. Your brake temperatures are low. We need to get some heat into them. Blue flag. You've got cold tyres. We need to get some heat into them. Blue flag. Yellow flag, Sector 1. Green flag in Sector 1. Five minutes remaining, 5 minutes left.
Vamos!
P4.
Oh, meine Fresse, ey.
Nice.
Yeah, fuck these 40,000s out of less.
Michi Magic always delivers.
I would love to say that too. Yeah, fuck those 40,000 out of us, the Ascari chicken. Oh. Man, look at these fucking gaps.
Yeah, it's insane.
Okay, that second row start is important. Now just pray to not be rear-ended by someone.
Sector 3
You
is
got
green.
Hakkinen in line behind you, so I think it should
Green
be
flag,
fine.
sector 1.
Let's see. Alright guys, we go for a quick break.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
0.1 is a PB though.
Nice. Perfect moment for a PB.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. So again,
Sector 1 is green.
I quickly go for a break and then we will be right back within 3 minutes for the 6 hours of Monza, guys. Stay tuned. We're gonna be right back. So guys, we're back. Got 5 minutes.
Hey guys, welcome to race 1. This is the warm-up and this is a whisper test. So this will be my volume. Please acknowledge in server chat.
We love a Papa Chili
Thank
Boys on
you.
Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your exit's clear. Don't cross the white line.
So guys, I forgot about the call to action, but if you have appreciated that
Your brakes are
qualifying
cold, let's get some heat into them.
sickness, then please have a follow on Twitch, subscribe to the YouTube channel, make sure to give the video a like. Stay tuned for the next 6 hours. And a bit more. Because this is the place to be for the action.
Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right.
Tige, thank you so much for your follow on our Twitch channel. It's much
Easy,
appreciated.
car on your left. Clear left. Car on your left. Clear on the left side. Car on your right. Clear on your right.
The track temperature's rising. It's now 42 Celsius.
Car on your right. All clear on the right.
There's a car leaving the pit lane.
Clear right.
Green flag sector 1. Just 2 minutes left, 2 minutes to go.
And heavy car so on the steering. Hugo Merles, thank you so much for your follow on Twitch. I appreciate it.
On your right.
Support, buddy.
Clear on your right.
So guys, today during the race I would like to
These track
chase the
limits,
goal
please,
of
Michael.
7,500 YouTube subscribers. We currently got
That's the new
7,488.
fastest lap for Mello, 133.0.
So we will require 12 more subscribers
On
on
your left.
our channel
Clear
to hit
left.
that ultimate goal for today.
Car on
We
your left.
appreciate our content,
Incident in
guys.
sector
Please
1.
support us
On
well,
your
that
left.
Mercedes.
All clear on the left.
Incident in
And,
sector 3. Sector
not
3 is
also-
yellow.
Not only have a follow on Twitch, but also subscribers
V6.
on the YouTube channel, please.
Car on your right. Clear right.
Green flag, sector 1.
Car right. All clear on the right. Car on your left. You're clear left.
Yeah, thank you
Yellow
so
flag,
much.
your brake
not only
temperatures
for
are
the
all
follow,
really
but
high.
also
We're gonna have to
for
cool
your
them.
subscription on the YouTube channel. Thank you so much. So, I have one final issue with my shoe. Somehow causing a pain. Try and fixing that real quick.
That's the end of the session. P6.
MVN, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the 6 hours of Monza.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
41 seconds, and you guys get driver's box. Dylan Horton, thank you so much. Seconds.
Can you mute the stream for a second?
Put stream live again.
So, reminder, this is 6 hours. You don't have to win the race into turn 1. Also, remember when you are pitting, you have to go straight into the pit box. Straight into the pit box. And currently this is for the broadcast, currently I am reviewing. There are no sound on the broadcast, so that is for everyone else that is not driving. Sorry for that, drivers.
Mitchie is live. Have a
Mitchie
good
is
broadcast
live.
with the sound. What does he mean by going straight into the pit box?
You need to park the car straight, not the sideways like esports.
Is that a new rule?
Yes, because the pit boxes are not put sideways like it was in preseason. They are straight like last season. And there is 2 rows of pit boxes in the middle and on the right, and the fast lane is on the left.
Was Bins an LMH? He's pending an open session.
Yeah, he was P10 in quali.
Thank you, Wafy. Thank you everyone, guys, for the good luck wishes. Yeah, how to warm up brakes in a car that got no brakes.
Good point.
What the hell is Schindler doing? Like, he's slowing down, he's almost dropping to third.
Green, green, green.
Car on your left. Easy, hold your line.
Copy that. No tyres at the...
Hold your line. Careful, still there. Clear left.
Tiny bit of aero damage, just ignore it.
Left side. Still there.
Yellow flag, caution.
Hold your line. Clear on the left side.
Oh, someone bonked us straight away.
Green flag, sector 1.
I don't know who it was.
Morguli.
Ah, looks fine, but yeah.
Left side. Clear left.
Okay, Michael, decent start. We can build something from here.
Good job, keep it up.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to build a gap now.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. We're gonna need it.
P3. Yellow flag in sector 3. We think Balu has gone off. Green flag in sector 3. Incident in sector 1, yellow flag. The leader has just done a 132.0. The guy in front has just done a 132.4. Your brake temperatures are all really high. We're going to have to cool them. Okay, Michael, don't let this guy distract you. P3. Yellow flag, watch out. We think Buddha has crashed. That's the fastest lap of the race.
Slightly low with a cut.
Four points available.
Copy.
Sector 3 is clear, green flag.
Mitchy, fuck's sake, really? Drifting 3/10 away, not nothing.
Hold your nerve, make them do the work. Slower class car ahead.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Meine Fresse.
On your right. Clear on your right.
Okay, Mike, there's a car exiting the...
All clear on the left.
That
I
lap
gotta
was
lose
at
that position now.
134.2.
It's fine.
On your right.
Coming up on a slower class.
Still there. Still there. Clear on your right.
I think I have been
Easy
way
car on
along
your left. All
enough on
clear
the
on the
inside
left.
line already. I don't know where
Yeah.
he wanted to go.
Nah, it's on him.
Going
obviously.
off track to do a move or what? Just need to stop doing these silly mistakes. Because we can go faster than Schindler
Yeah, I think
if
so.
I drive it pitch perfect.
Slower class car ahead. He's all over you. Keep your exit speeds up.
Careful, car on your left. Clear left. Careful, car on your left. Clear left.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Car right. All clear on the right. Careful, car on your right. Clear right. Left side. You're clear left.
gap behind is now 0.8.
On your left. Clear on the left side. Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right. Car on your
Much
right.
as I keep
Clear on
warning
your
about
right.
the traffic usually, we need to admit we're lucky right now.
Car on your
Yeah.
left. Clear left.
Alright, Michael, you're gaining on the guy in front. The gap is 0.
Left side.
Slower class car ahead.
All clear on the left.
That lap was a 134.5.
Easy, car on your left. Clear on the left side. Car on your left. Clear left. Car right. Clear right.
That's it for the first wave.
Guess we hit the GT3s again before the LMPs.
Yeah, might be.
Okay, I finally anticipated the differences between the sets, I think. Let's see what we can do now.
Yeah.
Still have my dear issues with Parabolica though. Like 400 laps and no success in it.
The gap ahead is now 1.6. The gap behind is now 1.7.
Fuck this shit. Same issue as yesterday.
You're coming up on a slower car. Okay, Michael, hold your nerve, just keep it smooth, no mistakes.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Coming up on a slower class car. That's good consistency, keep it up. You've just...
Car on your left. You're clear left. On your right. All clear on the right. On your right. Clear on your right.
Don't be pressured, keep your exit speeds up.
I can't do 33s for the sakes of it.
It's alright, just keep going.
You're approaching a group of slower class cars.
I would like to understand it though, what has happened between
Car right.
Wednesday
Clear
and
right.
today.
Sectors 1 and...
Thursday
Clear
and
on your
today.
right.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Car right. All clear on the right.
Slower class car ahead.
Car right. Clear on your right.
Slower class cars ahead. Okay, Michael, don't let this guy distract you.
On your right. All clear on the right. Car on your left. Clear left.
Slower class car ahead. You're pulling away. The gap behind is now 1.2 seconds.
On your right. Clear right.
You're approaching.
On your left. All clear on the left. Easy, car on your left. You're clear left.
By the way, do you have
Careful,
any
car
damage on
your
the
right.
hearts after
Clear on
lap
your
1?
right.
On the dash.
Okay.
Car on your right. Clear right.
Slower class.
Car on your right. Hold your line. Clear on your right. Car on your left. Clear left. Left side. Clear on the left side.
Let's see how wide you can make this thing.
Car on your left. You're clear left. Car right. Clear on your right.
You've just done a 135.3. Slow car.
Left side. Clear on the left side.
The gap behind is now 0.9. You're a tenth down in sectors 1 and 2. Sector 3 is 0.3 off the pace. Okay, Michael, hold your nerve, just keep it smooth, no mistakes.
Careful, car on your left. Hold your line, all clear on the left.
Yeah,
You've had a
amazing.
bit of bodywork damage. Stay out, it's not too bad. You've got half your fuel left. That lap time was 1:35.2. The track temperature is increasing. It's now
I've touched him 3
45
times now,
Celsius.
4 times.
Please mute stream when you are on the main
Coming up on a
stage.
slower class car.
Car on your left, clear left.
That was one.
Car on your left. Easy, hold your line. Still there, clear left.
Come on, Michael. Keep pushing. We might get him back.
It's alright, just focus on driving and proper lines in corners and stuff.
Got me, thanks for the follow.
The gap in front is now 1.8. There's a group of slower...
On your left, you're clear left.
P4.
On your right, all clear on the right.
No,
All
we're
right,
just driving a
clear
shit
right.
box. It's a stupid car. And probably we haven't quite figured out how to set it up.
Car on your right, all clear on the right.
Honestly, I'm going to retire at the end of the year or so.
You're coming up on a slower car. The gap in front is now 1.8.
Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right.
I don't care, Yanni, we're
Careful,
doing
car on your
something
left.
fundamentally
All clear on
wrong.
the
We
left.
do it wrong in the FSR car, we do it wrong in this car. And other teams are taking seconds of us a lap,
There's a group of slower cars ahead.
or a half a second. It's all down in the setup. And I'm sick of it for looking for it for over a
Easy,
year
car
without
on your
any
left.
success.
Clear left.
Your front brakes are pretty hot now. Your rear brakes are hot.
On your right. Clear on your right.
Yeah. We do have some good work for sure.
Coming up on a slower class car.
Oh, how much more slow do I need to get through
Car
this?
on your right.
This car is
Clear right.
The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 3.2 seconds. The gap in front is increasing. It's now 3.8 seconds. That last lap was at 135.3.
Think about our sponsors if we don't compete or just compete to finish outside the top 10. Whether it's worth it or not.
You're approaching a group of slower class cars.
But yeah, if it's not worth it, I rather retire and spend my time
Car on your
elsewhere
right. All clear on the right.
rather than waiting for an esport competition with 200 euros of prize pool to come out of the ground.
Car right. Clear on your right.
Oh yeah, on a single lap I have the top 3 pace indeed. But not in the long run. Despite we already set the car up for the long run.
On your right. Clear on your right. On your right.
Does this
All clear on
LMP
the
and
right.
GT traffic merged or?
Yeah, I guess so.
Left side. Clear left.
You're coming up on a... Your brake temperatures are really high, mate. They're cooking.
Careful. Car on your
Moligoli
right.
is on
Clear
a tail of
right.
Schindler.
You're approaching
I
a group of
expect
slower
some hard
cars.
battle
The gap in
between
front
them.
is now.
Yeah,
All right,
it's even
clear
harder
on
than
your
Lartiller,
right.
I think. Oh, phew. Oh yes, of course you go in between that gap.
Left side. Clear on the left side. Car on your left. Clear on the left side.
It's Trunks, thank you for the follow.
The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 2.9.
So guys, please excuse the mood. Having a bit of a rough day in the office. But if you appreciate the madness and if you appreciate the entertainment, then please guys have a follow on Twitch, subscribers
Easy,
on the
car on
YouTube
your
channel,
left.
especially
Clear
on YouTube. We're
left.
trying to hunt 7,500 subscribers overall today. We have 7,488, missing 12. So if you want to support that stream, make sure
There's a
you
group of slower
follow
cars
on
ahead.
Twitch and subscribe to the YouTube channel as well.
On your left. Careful, still there. Careful, still there.
Awesome.
Clear
It is
left.
so awesome.
Car on your right. Hold your line. Clear right.
Yeah, I just lost 4 seconds because
Slower
things-
class car ahead.
there's no damage though.
Okay.
I didn't touch anyone anyway, but just to report.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I should have just stuck with a fire with a different steering setting.
Alright, Michael, you're coming up on some slower cars. These guys are busy fighting, they might not notice you. The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 2.1. Your lap time was at 1:35.9.
Car right. Clear on your right. Car on your left. You're clear left.
P4. Sector 1 is now green. There's a car rejoining. Slower class car ahead.
On your right. Clear right.
The gap to Hakkinen behind is increasing. It's now 2.3 seconds. Coming up on a slower class car.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
There's a group of slower cars ahead.
On your right. All clear on the right. Car right. All clear on the right.
Strategy dog, please.
Left side. All clear on the left.
Sector 2 is 0.5 off the pace.
Car on your left. You're clear left.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Stay between the lines, please, Michael. The gap to Hakkinen behind is increasing. It's now 2.5 seconds. You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Careful. Car on your right. Clear right. Car on your left. Clear on the left side. Left side. Clear left. On your right. Clear on your right. Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Slower class cars ahead.
Careful. Car on your left. All clear on the left. Easy. Car on your left. Clear left.
You've just done a 135.1. The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 1.0. Slower class car ahead.
Careful. Car on your left. All clear on the left. On your left. Clear on the left side. Car on your right. Clear right. Left side. You're clear left.
Asking for permission to warn about the traffic.
Car on your left.
Feel
Clear
free to
left.
go.
Slow in, fast out. Keep the inside line covered. Your lap
This
time
traffic
was...
is shit.
Car on your left. Clear left.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Man, and in braking for turn 1 I got frame drops where I'm not sure whether it's the bumps or the frames.
Okay, pit stop requested. Your pit stall is occupied. Your pit stall's now free. Pit crew is ready. Your pit box is currently occupied. The pit stall is now available. There's a group of slower cars ahead.
On your right. All clear on the right. Left side. You're clear left.
That lap time was 1:33.9. Okay, Michael, we estimate you've got
Car on your left.
slower car ahead. It's their class leader.
Mate, you've got
Clear
a
left,
car on the
clear
left.
on your right.
So accurate.
Your pit stall is unavailable. The pit stall is available. Your pit stall is unavailable.
Nah, it's forklift king.
Use all the track. Force them to find the gap. That was a 1:33.9. You're coming up on a slower class car.
Car right. All clear on the right.
The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 1.0. Your pit box is currently occupied. Your pit stall is now available. Your pit stall is occupied. Our pit stall's available now.
Left side. Clear on the left side.
That lap was at 1:33.6. We're running on
Copy.
fumes, mate. In this,
Left side. Clear left.
You're approaching a group of slower class cars.
Car right, clear right.
The gap ahead is now 4.5.
Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right.
We've just cut the track.
On your left.
Box.
All clear on the left.
Box.
Don't be
Easy,
intimidated, I
car on
boxed
your
myself
left.
too.
Clear left.
Incident in Sector 3. Sector 3 is yellow. 2 litres left. It looks like Canistracci has gone off. Very little fuel left.
What
Box
the
this lap, please,
rejoin?
Michael. Sector 3.
Careful,
What a
car
guy.
on your right. Clear on your right.
Your pit stall is unavailable. Your pit stall's now free. You're approaching a group of slower
What the
cars.
fuck have I just seen?
Car on your right. Clear right. Car on your left. Clear left.
Incredibile.
The lead car's pitting. The car in front is pitting. Your pit stall is occupied. The pit stall is available.
Everyone ahead of you in and behind Hakkinen as well.
Mello is now in the lead.
Copy.
Go, go, go. Pit exit is clear. Don't cross the line. Your brake temperatures are fine.
Car on your left. Hold your line. Easy, hold your line. Clear on the left side.
These guys.
Careful, car on your left. All clear on the left.
We got
Tiny bit of aero damage there.
yeah,
You
damage
probably
on
won't
the
even
front
feel
left
it.
now.
The leader, Mello, is pitting.
Dark or light?
Dark. Meine Fresse. So dumm zum Scheiße, wirklich. Irreparable.
The gap in front has increased. It's now about 3.7 seconds. The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 3.6 seconds.
Hakkinen has done the same.
Yeah.
Eighth place. You're coming up on a slower car. The gap in front is now 3.3 seconds. Slower class car ahead.
Car right. Clear on your right.
Your last lap time was a 1:34.9. Gaining on this car, the gap is 2.0. Slower class car ahead.
Car on your left. You're clear left. On your right. Clear on your right.
Slower class cars ahead.
Car right. All clear on the right. On your right. Clear on your right.
Could report that.
Car on your left. Clear on the left side.
Noted.
It's clear blocking by that LMP for no reason.
The gap in front is now 1.4 seconds. That last lap was a 1:34.8. Slower class car ahead.
Car on your right. Still there. Clear on your right. You're clear left.
Come on, Michael. Nicely done.
Nice one.
Nice.
On your left. Clear left.
The gap behind is now 0.8.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Yep.
You've just done a 135.1.
Left side. Clear left. On your right. Clear right. You come. Careful, car on your right. All clear on the right. Careful, car on your left. All clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear left.
The gap to Emil ahead is now 2.0.
Car on your right. All clear on the right.
You've just done a 135.0. Good consistency. Keep them coming. You're coming up on some slow cars, the class leaders in this group.
I'm back.
Copy. I think I virtually closed the gap to Schindler.
Yes, very much.
I feel like I want to turn back the brake bias, but I'm unsure.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Traffic galore.
Car right. Clear on your right.
You're coming up on some slower car.
Car on your left. You're clear left. Left side. Clear on the left side. Easy, car on your left. All clear on the left.
The gap to Emil in
Yeah,
front
you
is
are
now
virtually ahead
0.8.
of Schindler now.
Sector 3 is 0.5 off the pace.
Car right. Clear right.
Could've
Left
gone for
side.
that.
Clear left.
Car balance is starting to neutral out.
Nice.
Okay, Michael, you're reeling Emil in. The gap is now 0.7.
Need to take them one by one though.
That lap time was 135.1.
Thank you, Altaman. We need it. We need to get by these guys now. Afraid this is going to be tricky.
Give it a try.
Oh yeah, I have to.
There's a group of slower cars ahead.
On your right. Clear on your right. Car on your left. You're clear left.
Okay, Michael, keep piling on the pressure. He'll make a mistake. That lap time was 1:35.0. Sector 1 is quick. We need to find it.
Left side. Clear left. On your right. Clear right.
Don't let this guy intimidate you. Wasting a lot of time here. Get your elbows out and force the pass. Sixth place.
Car on your left. Clear left.
Brilliant. Nice one. Coming up on a slower class car. Incident in sector 2, yellow flag. We can see Alan.
Car on your right. Clear on your right. Careful, car on your left. Clear on the left side. Easy, car on your left. All clear on the left. Car right. All clear on the right. Car on your right. Clear right.
Okay, Michael, stay close. Wait for him to make a mistake. Sector 1, yellow flag.
On your left. Still there.
Green flag, sector 2.
Still there. Hold your line. Clear left.
Your lap times are pretty consistent. You've just done a 1:35.6. You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Amazing job.
Thanks.
The gap in front has increased to 15 seconds.
Car on your left. All clear on the left.
What a guy.
Time to get defensive, mate.
Car on your left. Clear left.
Yeah, I needed to open the steering there.
Yeah.
The gap to Kernops behind is now 1.0 seconds. There's a group of slower cars ahead.
Car on your left. You're clear left. Car on your left. Clear on the left side.
Nice one, Michael. This is great. Come on.
Left side. Clear left.
P4.
Let's see what we can do in real pace then.
Yeah.
Slower class car ahead.
Car right. Clear on your right.
The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 2.5.
Easy. Car on your left. You're clear left.
There's a group of slower cars ahead.
On your right. All clear on the right.
The stewards have warned us for cutting the track. Keep it between the white lines.
Left side. Clear on the left side.
Slower class car ahead.
On your left. Clear left.
I would love to get back to a good rhythm now. I'm losing seconds because of own mistakes, putting me into the wrong position on traffic then.
Yeah, it's kind of unlucky.
There's a weird balance in the car though. The car understeers and at the same time if I steer a degree too much the rear snaps. Grande. Same shit with the LMP2 now again.
The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 2.4 seconds.
Careful. Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Slower class car ahead.
Car on your right. Clear right.
Slower cars ahead. These guys are fighting for position. The group includes their
Car right. Clear on your right. On your right. Clear on your right.
I have severe FPS drops here, to be honest.
Careful, car on your left. All clear on the left.
And I can't outplay the pace advantage.
Your lap time was at
Doing even
135.1.
slower than these guys in the lead.
Coming up on a slower class car.
Car on your right. All clear on the right.
Weiss is pitting from position 18. It looks like he'll come out just behind you. The gap to Hakkinen behind is increasing. It's now 3.1.
So guys, really appreciate your time tonight, today, however you call it, for the program. We have 4.5 hours to go.
Sector 2 and 3 are
and
pretty
right
good.
after the
Sector 1
6-hour
is
race,
0.5
it's
off the
F1
pace.
Content Creator Series, Monza Grand Prix 1915. We will be live with that. And I'm looking forward to see you guys there on the stream as well. For the F1 23 madness around this particular track in an F1 car. So if you appreciate that, then please have a follow on Twitch, subscribers on the YouTube channel. Short reminder, on the YouTube channel, we are trying to achieve 7,500 subscribers overall. We're missing 12, so if you're not yet subscribed on the YouTube channel, if you want to support us, then please go ahead, subscribe. I can't send it into turn 1 like this every lap, despite it was probably the best it did.
Slower class cars ahead.
Left side. Clear left. On your left. All clear on the left.
P4. Slower class car ahead. The gap to
Car on your left. Clear on the left side.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
On your right. clear right.
All the pace advantage is nothing if you get this traffic.
Careful, car on your left. Clear left.
Yeah, here we go with another 35.
The gap in front is now
0.5.
13 seconds.
A second slower than
That was
people
at
ahead.
135.5.
Careful, car on your right. All clear on the right. Car right. Clear on your right.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Easy, car on your left. You're clear left.
Your lap time was 134.9. The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 3.1 seconds. You're approaching a group of slower class cars.
On your right. Clear on your right. Car on your left. You're clear left. Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right. Left side. Clear left. Car on your left. Clear left.
The gap ahead is now 13
Akato,
seconds.
what would you suggest?
That was 135.0.
As high as possible. Be very unspecific.
Slower class car ahead. The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 3.7 seconds.
Car on your left. All clear on the left. On your right. Clear right.
You're coming up on a slower car.
Left side. Clear on the left side.
Sector 2 is 0.3 off the pace.
Car on your left. Clear left. Easy, car on your left. Clear left. Car right. All clear on the right.
Can't make this up to have a GTE on a Apex every single fucking lap.
Car right. Clear on your right.
Your last lap time was at 1:34.5. You're coming up on a slower class car. The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 5.1 seconds.
Car on your right. Clear on your right. Car on your right. All clear on the right.
Slow car ahead. This guy's their class leader.
Careful, car on your left. Clear on the left side. On your left. All clear on the left.
Yeah, I don't know what to say really.
Pitting from position 13. We think he'll come
You
out
can't
just
do
behind
anything
you.
with that.
No, but like it's the 10th lap in a row now. I'm running out of time, and how am I supposed to make up some time with those conditions?
Left side. You're clear left.
The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 6.4 seconds. Slower class car ahead. Alright Michael, we've gone out of track limits. Keep it between the lines.
Car on your left. Clear left.
The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 6.7 seconds.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
If that helps, Hakkinen behind is getting even more bad luck
Left
with
side.
traffic.
Clear
Yeah,
left.
the only explanation for him to lose more seconds than me.
Coming up on a slower class car.
Car on your left. All clear on the left. Careful, car on your right. Clear right.
Hakkinen is closing the gap. It's now 6.3 seconds. Slower class car ahead.
On your left. You're clear left.
Ah, nein, nein,
Car on
nein,
your
nein.
left. Clear on the left side.
Fuck,
Sector
fuck,
1
fuck,
is
fuck,
green.
fuck. Yeah, sorry, that goes our strat.
It's fine.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Car on your left. You're clear left.
Du bist so ein räudiges Stück Scheiße, wirklich. Nutzlos ohne Ende.
On your right. Clear on your right.
Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. I don't care.
Slower class car ahead.
Mistake got me here.
Left
I need
side.
dives. I need more dives.
Clear on the left side. Car right. Clear right.
The gap to Hakkinen behind is now 1.6 seconds. You're coming upon some slower cars. These guys are busy fighting, they might not notice you.
On your right. Clear on your right.
Incident.
Careful, car on your left. Clear left.
Okay, Michael, 10 minutes of fuel remaining. You're coming up on a slower class car.
Car on your right. All clear on the right. Easy, car on your left. Clear left.
Okay, pit stop requested. There'll be traffic when you exit the pits. We expect to exit the pits in position 9.
Car right. Clear on your right.
The pit crew is ready. Slower class car ahead. Your pit box is currently occupied. Your pit stall is now available. Sector 3 is 0.7, off the pace. Green flag Sector 1. Your pit stall is...
All clear on the left.
Your pit box is currently occupied. Our pit stall's available now. You cut the track. Keep it nice and tidy. Your pit stall is unavailable. The pit stall is now available. Yellow flag in Sector 3. The gap to
Car is so
Hakkinen
erratic,
behind us
I
now,
don't get it.
2.5
Sometimes
seconds.
it breaks,
We think
then it
that's
loses the
Russo
rear,
has
then it
stacked it.
indefinitely
Green flag in Sector
understeers.
3.
I don't quite know what is wrong.
Your pit stall is unavailable. Your pit stall is now available. Slower car ahead. He's the class leader for these guys. Your pit box is currently occupied. Our pit stall's available now. Your pit stall is occupied. Your pit stall's now free. Okay, Michael. Slower cars ahead. These guys will be fighting for position. They might not see you. Your pit stall is unavailable. The pit stall is available.
Careful, car on your right. Clear on your right, on your right. All clear on the right.
Sector 1 is yellow.
Car right, in the middle. Clear right. You're clear.
You're coming up on a slower car.
Car on your left. Clear left.
Your pit box is currently occupied. Your pit stall is now available.
Left side. All clear on the left.
You're approaching a group of slower class cars.
Car on your right. Clear on your right.
Your pit stall is occupied. Our pit stall's available now. The gap to Hakkinen behind is increasing. It's now 2.9 seconds. Your pit box is
Clear left.
The pit stall is available. Coming up on a slower class car. That was a 133.8. Your pit stall is occupied. Your pit stall's now free.
On your right. All clear on the right.
Slower cars ahead, including the class leader.
Careful, car on your left.
Your pit stall is unavailable. The pit stall is now available.
Clear on the left side. Car on your left. You're clear left.
Your pit box is currently occupied. Your pit stall's now free.
Car on your right. Clear right. Car right. Clear on your right.
Slower class car ahead. The car ahead's pitting now.
Kindler in.
2 minutes
Quality
of
for
fuel
laps
remaining.
this time.
We're running on fumes, mate. Pit this lap. In this lap. Your pit stall is unavailable. Your pit stall is now available.
Clear left. Car on your right. Clear on your right.
The gap to Hakkinen behind is increasing. It's now 3.6 seconds.
Left side. All clear on the left.
Your pit stall is occupied. The pit stall is available. Your pit box is currently occupied. 2 litres remaining. The leader's pitting now. Alright, Michael. We're running on fumes, mate. Pit this lap. In this lap. The car ahead's
Box,
pitting.
box.
slower class car. There's a car leaving the pits. Expect traffic on exit. We should come out into position 6. Hakkinen behind is pitting.
How hard do you want me to defend?
I think the smart way.
Man, I tell you, I'm missing the extra 5 seconds in the tire gap. Or to be good able to defend from that. I can't believe this traffic again. gonna end up 3 wide.
Yeah, most likely.
No, Renee, I'm still 6 seconds too close to them, to the cars behind. I would need to be further away. But because I'm a miserable piece of shit, I'm not good enough.
So Schindler's teammate had a moment in turn 1, lost like 8 seconds, and possible penalty.
That is Kia Neck or who?
Yes.
So what do you want me to do?
Let him go.
But oh, she nearly lost it there. I mean, despite the gap should now be 6 seconds instead of 1.5. Every second that we can hold them up, we don't have to make good with you in the car then.
Yeah, if you can stay ahead, then do it, but not at all cost.
Yeah, sure. You can't just turn in when there is a car next to you, man.
Okay, he lost it.
But his overall tire advantage is too good.
Yeah, I agree.
If he doesn't lose it, then he's easily faster. But yeah, I'm trying.
I go for a warm up. Do you need me to check anything before I go?
No,
Okay.
probably best to close your eyes anyway.
We've just had an incident where a slower class blocks a faster class. Stop blocking, guys. That will be a penalty for next race. Stop blocking.
Right as Jimmy has seen it.
Strategy talk, please, on the main straight.
I mean, yeah, let's see. Could keep the current conditions would be awesome. Shit. Traffic will kill it. Got tapped.
Any damage?
Won't look serious enough to have cause damage on the car behind that. We will see, I guess.
So it wasn't you.
No, no, no.
Okay.
All I'm struggling with right now is being held up by traffic a bit.
Okay.
Fuck this GT3. Man, you exit the final turn and you know already that you're going to be held up. It's so fucking annoying. Note down, 100, lap 85, turn 3. Dive bomb just ramped me off the track.
85.
85.3, so lap 86. The next GT3, Amman. So we're 4 wide in a bit. 15 to go.
Copy.
Speed Freak 2K, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the 6 Hours of Monza. That guy. Nine to go.
Copy.
Four GTEs in a row, can you believe it? Now, of course, this had to happen. Sorry. Imagine this without the safety gap that we just had.
Yeah, I was worried about the inside curb of the Ascari exit.
Okay, got a point. Kann nicht schon wieder wahr sein. With those GT3s on the apexes. Really.
The fuck was that?
I have no idea, but there's 2 or 3 LMP cars that keep blocking all the fucking way. It's scary as fuck. Oh, this is brilliant. Oh, 5 to go. As it stands,
Yeah, I joined the server.
As it stands, whatever happens, you will rejoin 3 or 4 seconds ahead of P6 if it is like this, and then you have 25 seconds clear air.
Nice. I go B.
You ride with me?
I'm loading the game.
Understood. Why do I have the luck every time?
I'm in.
Elected.
I forgot to check something. Can I leave?
Yeah, quick. 2.5.
Copy.
How much bad luck can you have? Honestly, it takes you 4 fucking laps and 5 fucking GTs to be under pressure again. For no reason.
I'm in.
Man, I can't describe this luck. Hacken and pitted. Shall we cover?
No.
His spun. Or seen pit road, no. Box, box.
Box, box. Amazing drive, especially the final stint.
The final stint was one of the best stints in my life.
Yeah, absolute masterclass. Okay, I need some info. Do you plan to keep streaming the race or you leave the server?
I have to leave the server.
Okay. So yeah, I think we're gonna talk about the strat later on.
Yeah, I will put the live stream on them. Like the official live stream as a watch party.
Yeah, and you can mute me just in case
Yeah.
or something.
Done. I'll wait until I'm give you a signal. 45 seconds. So be aware those people are pretty crazy out there. I'm not sure what to do with the remaining race. I have some thoughts in my head, but I need to sort them out a bit and see what you think then. 30 seconds. Yeah guys, if you appreciate that drive, I think now it's time for a like on the video, for a subscription on the YouTube channel, or a follow on Twitch. 47. Yeah, you will be good. Your driving style will suit that very much. 5. Engineless traffic coming. All good. Yeah, sorry for, you know. Guys, I need a 5-minute break, and as mentioned, I'm not allowed to stay on the server here, as you know. So we need to leave here, sadly. But I got you covered. As
That just makes
We have the stint ready, or not the stint, but the stream ready here on YouTube. I'm quickly gonna put that max. There you go. And then I'll take it a 5-minute break, guys.
So much involved.
Yeah, we'll be gone for a bit.
Himself up to speed as soon as he possibly can, because the pressure from Foot Chase is going to be relentless over the course of the next while. But also they can't fight too hard, because again that race clutch car is a bit of a threat. Shabakis and Winchip Motorsport not as much, but still again looming, and something to be mindful of, as we are just 13 minutes off the the third hour complete, the halfway mark of this race, and still plenty to indulge on. Damien Scovron with a big chunk of traffic to negotiate, but he's gotten through a little bit of it. Nick De Silva in race clutch, that car's smoking, so battling some overheating issues still.
Yeah, that must have been the car that was smoking earlier on, because they're clearly still struggling with that, aren't they? And again out of turn 1 and 2. Let's hope that engine doesn't give way entirely as a result of temperature problems, because it doesn't look good, does it? Whenever you see smoke these days. Normally modern mechanical failures are quite subtle in terms of smoke. You used to have some spectacular ones, but these days you don't often see that. You do with the Vanwall slightly, another bit of overheating there, but should be fine for Nick De Silva in the moment. Well, it does always make you a bit nervous, but I think they look fine. I think the more interesting thing to me here, Zach, is the fact that they've come out so far in front of Burst Esports. Damien Scovron right now, he's only making his way around Kerber Grande. He's almost half a lap behind.
Yeah, he is. Tyres maybe for Scovron and NeedRacing.com. That's the only really answer that I've got for it, is that Race Clutch have gone another stint on this set of tyres and haven't changed, because there's no way this is like due to the pace or anything like that. So maybe Race Clutch are going for an extra stint on these tyres. And we might well see Burst Esports next few and NeedRacing.com reclose that gap very quickly over the course of the next sort of 20-30 minutes or so, and well, who knows what's to come. Again, tyre strategy a big thing, and especially on these Vanwalls as well, being able to sort of change an axle at a time, and opens the door for a lot of different strategical avenues for these drivers to go through. But Nick De Silva might have a slow stint ahead of him.
Don't forget that Scovron and Drace have recently gotten into those cars at this stop as well, and that driver change will have lost them a bit of time, I think, as well. So it could take quite some time to figure this one out just yet, as Drace dives to the outside into the final corner. It's going to be one of those races where you're just going to have to stay tuned until the very end here, because I think in 3 hours' time we're finally going to have a clear picture of where everybody is on corrected pit strategy order, but that's still a long way away. We're not even halfway through this one just yet, and we're absolutely none the wiser as to who's going to win this race. I mean, Guillaume Mas is leading for Go Team Racing at the moment with 3 hours 10 remaining, and I presume they haven't made their pit stop yet, and they're going to very soon, but it's a bizarre order at the moment and an unpredictable race.
It really is, and this is exactly what we like to see. I mean, the unpredictability of it is Guillaume Mas now comes into the pit lane for Go Team, of course, was driving the LMP2 last season, makes the step up to the top category here for season 16. So far not doing too bad, but again, we'll have that lead taken away from him. Damien Scovron, there he is in 5th place. A bit of a gap back to Philip Drace, but not a very big one, half a second or so between the two of them. So yeah, topsy-turvy all over the place across, you know, both the prototype classes, Vanwall and LMP2 are a little bit, I suppose, just wishy-washy in terms of back and forth fights between pit stops and pit strategies and things like that. I don't think we're really going to be able to see who's winning this race until the final hour.
No, I don't think so. Now, there's a bit of discussion about what Race Clutch can really do about this overheating that they clearly are suffering with a little bit here in this race. I haven't seen it smoke for a little while now, but you know, we're kind of discussing about whether radiator settings make that much of a difference, and how much damage it is really affecting this car, if there is any, on this one at the moment. I mean, it's an interesting point, but it's the first race of a new season. What else do we expect, really? People are still learning here, and of course this is only a 6-hour race. We've got 2 24-hour races to come this season. They're going to have to be very careful with the engine over the course of those ones.
they're going to have to learn quickly as well how to manage it. Of course, as we say, it's a new car for all these teams' drivers, and something to get used to again in terms of the setups and how to have the ducks and this, that, and the other. So many things they're going to have to learn and get right. And thankfully, they've got the first half of the season before we have a 24-hour race, so they've got plenty of opportunities to learn before they have to really, really struggle with it. And then obviously with the 24 Hours of Dutch Endurance Championship Le Mans at the in June of 2024. So yeah, interesting to have 2 24-hour races this season, and well, yeah, with the new car as well. It's just a recipe for intrigue, I suppose, with the learning curve and things like that. But well, they're going to have to do it if they want to compete.
That's some word for it. It's still discussion ongoing in the YouTube, by the way. Get your thoughts in if you want to educate us a little bit on the radiator situation.
We have no idea
of the race clutch car. Lauren Kiersmaker says that radiators should be fine in normal conditions, so not too much to worry about. It could, and Gianluca Scarpini kind of backing that up as well. Could be just because of the pit stop. Obviously, you're stationary, you're not getting any airflow, but your engine's still running, so it could get a little bit toasty. The only reason I find it so interesting, Zach, is because it's only happening to race clutch so far, which suggests a difference in what they're doing compared to the others. That's the only thing that really interests me at the moment.
Yeah, which is fairly interesting. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, because if it was a stationary issue, yeah, surely it would affect everyone, because that's a fundamental thing. Cars stops, no airflow, cars are going to get hot. But yeah, interestingly, it is only race clutch, so maybe they've just been a bit more extreme with the cooling. I'm not overly sure. Only they will know, of course, and only they will be able to adapt from it. But they're still running quite fine. There's just maybe something they're going to have to keep an eye on and hope it doesn't get too bad. But yeah, if the cooling shouldn't be too bad under normal conditions, then yeah, it's understandable that not many of them have had issues unless we're waiting.
It looks moved.
Issues, and it's only affecting race clutch now.
Anyway,
maybe it will affect.
Maybe we've still got a long way to find out. Of course, we'll try and get some more information from race clutch themselves about that.
Let's see how this goes.
LMP2 pit stops, I think, are ongoing at the moment. Gold Racing Esport are leading again. Thomas Imborg is at the wheel there. Got very dark all of a sudden, hasn't it? I'm not expecting rain today. I don't know if you've got any different information than that, Zach, but I wasn't expecting to see even a cloud in the sky today. It's summer in Italy, which I thought would be sunny, and judging by the forecast
they
I
just
looked at
spoke
yesterday,
about that.
it was going to be quite a sunny race, and actually a bit of a warm race, which is the main concern, but it's very cloudy all of a
This could
sudden.
fuck us up.
Yeah, yeah. Looking at the weather for Monza, the highest percentage
Not
of
a
chance
cloud
of rain
over
that we've got is
Monza.
12%, and that's at well, that was at that's 4 a.m. tomorrow. So
Yeah, just the
should
clouds. Let
absolutely
me have
no
a look
chance.
at the
Should be
satellite.
nice and sunny, but well, clearly not. A little bit of overcast. Will
Not
we
a
see some
cloud
rain?
over Monza.
Probably
There should
not.
not be
I don't know,
any,
maybe. Who
unless the
knows?
weather station is
Only
just
time
covered
will tell,
with
I
clouds
suppose,
there.
but
Like there's
if we're
bits
going
and
on
pieces, but
forecast,
not
then
much.
should be nice, high, sunny, lovely temperatures, but it's pretty doom and gloom to me.
It does, but anyway, let's see what happens in the final 3 hours, because there's still potential for
Get to
rain, I
RC's
suppose, even if
26
it is
seconds.
a very,
Very
very
nice.
small chance. It is Gold Racing leading, by the way, as I mentioned. Then the 37 Team Iris car in second. Been a good run from them so far. Felix
No
Neuberger
contact.
at the wheel of that one at the moment. They're currently in second place. Valerio
Yeah,
Ferraris in the Arm Cybra 41 is next, followed by Hyperion Racing, and the 44, that's Patrick Svakovsky, who is at the wheel of that one now. Dennis Jordan is at the wheel of the 39. That's Scuderia Ferrari Esports car now as well, and that rounds out your top 5. But it was a pretty disappointing final stint there for Timothy Andonovsky. Up until that point, he'd driven very well, but now he's out the car at pretty much the halfway mark. Dennis Jordan, you'd imagine, will go to the end from here.
Yeah, probably will. Makes sense to only have 2 drivers for this race. Less compromises needed to be made in terms of setup, and less things to worry about, less PCs that can crash, less internets that can go wrong, I suppose. So keep it nice and straightforward for this first race. Obviously, we will then see the addition of Alex Siebel later on in the season, but Timothy Andonovsky, Dennis Jordan field on the Scuderia Ferrari Esports machine for this one. And yeah, it's been going all right. I mean, a tricky stint for them, obviously, last, because it was the back end of a triple stint. Tyres were worn, and obviously a couple of overtakes and things, maybe demoralising them ever so slightly, but now maybe they could be rejuvenated and on the fight back. I still wouldn't count this car out for, at the minimum, a podium.
They've just gone past the leaders in GT3. It's Blackhawk Racing with Mark Veit, who is currently at the front here. Now, what's gone on into the second chicane? I think someone was off there, but they're back going again quite nicely. Or are they? Let's find out if it is indeed at the second chicane here, as Mark Veit is on his way in. I think it's all fine, isn't it? Doesn't seem to be anybody off the road here. But it's Aston Martin leading the way in GT3. The encouraging thing, as we mentioned earlier on, with this class, Zach, is not only the amount of cars that are in this class, but also the fact that we've got 6 different manufacturers in the top 7.
We do. Honestly, we touched on the diversity earlier on. It's amazing. The balance performance obviously working quite well, and keeping loads of different cars in the mix. Again, we love the variety that comes with GT3s and things like that, and the chassis, and making everything nice and competitive. Also, obviously, you know, different cars are going to have their different strengths and weaknesses, as myself and Lorenzo touched on. You know, some are going to be better in the straight, some are going to be better in the twisty bits, but nice, you know, thankfully we have got a nice wide spectrum of those different characteristics needed over the course of the 9-race calendar. But for now, it's Aston Martin and Blackhawk Racing that lead the way, but again, it could go anyway. It could be, you know, a McLaren leading the way. It was a McLaren leading the way with Jimmy Nussler not too long ago, obviously after they sort of sped in the pit lane. And well, back to the LMP2's Saracino for Visceral Esports, tries to pick his way up into 7th place, but a very good thing nonetheless that we've got that diversity in the GT3s.
It is. It's side by side here for 7th place with the Giggs Energy car. Oh, that's Harry Smith, who just found himself stuck on the left-hand side there, and Giuseppe Saracino makes his way through into 7th for Visceral Esports now. Had a decent season last time around. A couple of decent races anyway. They end up 8th in the drivers' standings, the drivers' team standings, excuse me. But overall, it wasn't a bad season at all. And Visceral Esports looking to top 10 again in this race. I think LMP2 results are going to be a little bit harder to come by, because in previous seasons of the Virtual Endurance Championship, we've had roughly 40 entries for a season. We've had 10, maybe a little bit more in the top class, whichever that is. Maybe a little bit more than 10 in LMP2, and then 20 GTEs at the time. But
yeah,
this
guys,
season
thank
we've
you
got 20
for
LMP2s in Division 1, which is going to make results
for
harder
the
to come by for everybody.
acknowledgements.
Yeah, you're going to have to fight for it a lot harder. It also seems to be nice and close. Obviously, quality and quantity don't always go hand in hand. You can have one without the other and vice versa and things. But I think we've got a mixture of both quality and quantity, and some good competitiveness. I mean, we've had Gold Racing, Scuderia Ferrari. We've had also, you know, Hyperion fighting at the front, Team Iris, loads of different people fighting towards the sharp end of that LMP2 field, and that's just in the first half of this race alone, let alone what's to come as the season develops. But yeah, hopefully we're in for a good fighting across all 3 categories, because obviously the Vanwall's a nice big learning curve, already looking really nice and competitive. The LMP2's nice extensive grid, the GT3's learning curve, different chassis, bot and things like that, all coming into play. So yeah, I think season 16 is going to be a very nice one indeed.
It is 9 rounds to come as well, of course. Continuing on with Road Atlanta as well at the end of this one, in the next round at least. But for now, it's Race Clutch who are leading the way, with Nick De Silva at the front of this one. Still pretty gloomy as we enter the halfway mark here, and they are being caught right now by Simracing. Christopher Kierneck in the number 2 is closing in a little bit for the lead here, but it's by no means the same that we saw in the last stint here, Zach, with the battle that we had between the top 4.
Well, not quite. A little bit more spaced out, of course, and well, it's so far been a really nice start to this race. Hopefully it does close up a little bit later on, but the strategical gap has opened up a little bit, but we've still got 3 hours left to go of this race. Very doom and gloom as well in terms of the weather, isn't it? Still very sideways, but plenty more action to come, I'm sure.
There certainly is. 3 hours to go in the 6 Hours of Monza.
The Silva is sideways literally on every occasion.
Season 16. A big thank you to Zach Sweeney, who has been with us for the first half of this race. We'll hear more from him throughout the season, of course. But to end out the second half of this race, it will be myself, Ewan O'Leary, alongside Vidya Heatley for this one. Welcome in, Vidya. Good to have you with us once again towards another opening of another Virtual Endurance Championship season. And for the 3rd season in a row, we're at Monza for 6 hours, and the first half of this race has been enthralling. We're still none the wiser as to who's going to win this race.
Indeed, it has been absolutely enthralling. And as you said, I believe it was last season where they changed for lead on the last lap, or was that 2 seasons ago? Can't quite remember.
I think it was 2 seasons ago because
It was
time
2
is flying.
seasons ago. But yes, anything can happen here at Monza, especially the Colosseum of Speed, where we are having a look at the moment at Nilk de Silva, as you were saying. This race clutch car, 5 seconds in the lead, which really, after 3 hours, isn't that much.
No, absolutely. And earlier on, we had the top 4 separated by about 3 seconds, so it's been a very close race so far. Likewise in LMP2, although it's a little bit more spaced out now, and pit strategy is really starting to spread the field apart here. It's Gold Racing Esport who are leading the way from Team Aris by 8.8 seconds currently, and then there's half a minute back to this fight between Arm Cyber, Valerio Ferraris, and Hyperion Racing and Patrick Strakowski, who's in the sort of orange and black car you can just see in the background. And then there's a lapped LMP2 just in the background there, ahead of the Virtual Drivers by TX3 lime green car. So there's cars everywhere here now in LMP2. Battles going on up and down the field. What's turned into a pretty overcast day. The Hyperion Racing car very much in the slipstream now of Arm Cyber, looking for this podium place. Valerio Ferraris has chosen not to defend in towards turn 1, then that could be a bit of an error. It's late on the brakes from Strakowski, who may have been too late. Well, that was very good racing between them. And in the end, Strakowski makes his way through, just about having given space to Valerio Ferraris, just enough space given.
Yeah, just enough space, but when you get there, really, it almost seems like the track tightens up. Well, it does tighten up coming into that first chicane, so you've really got to be careful if you go side by side there. And as you can see, obviously, because it's a right followed by a left, the outside becomes the inside, and you really have to find that inside car in the left-handed part of that chicane. Really needs to make sure they don't tip the car on the outside into a spin, because it is so easy for that car on the outside just to turn in a little bit early and almost turn across the nose of the car on the inside. But some very clean racing there. But as you said, that puts the Hyperion car, Patrick, up into 3rd position in class, and it's going to be a very good showing for them. They can get a podium on their first showing here.
Yes, we'll put the name on screen because that's too many consonants for those who speak English in one place. But yeah, apologies to him. Yes. We'll go with that. And
need to
maybe
get pronunciation, guys.
Yes, if he can correct us on anything slightly more accurate, then we'll be willing to take it. But he's on the podium at the moment anyway. 3rd place for Hyperion Esports, and I've been saying Hyperion Racing. It's not accurate, is it? Hyperion Esports, who are in the 3rd position. A new team, as you say, but made up of drivers who are not particularly new to the Virtual Endurance Championship, or at least Thomas Vac has done a little bit of driving anyway in this series. He's certainly done a lot of driving on rFactor 2 over the course of his career, and so it's good to see him in the Virtual Endurance Championship as well. Further back, it's all going on here for Netrex, who are not having a brilliant start to their season, unfortunately. This is Sandeep Singh, who's now inside the top 10 just about, and all sorts of battling going on just behind as well, but this is for positions on the fringes of the top 10 and then outside of the top 10 as well. Pedro Ramada is here for the 31 team, that's Ramada Motorsport, of course, and Stan Viletstra as well in the 35 Geeks Energy car, that is. Yeah, it is just outside the top 10 as well. Not a great showing for these guys so far. Some teams you'd expect to maybe see further inside the top 10 than this.
Indeed, that is entirely true, but it's exactly what yourself and Zach were saying not even, well, just over 5 minutes ago. The fact that results would be very difficult to come by here in LMP2, because it is the spec class, it's the only spec class that we've got here in the VEC this season, and the fact that there's 20 cars, 20 full-time entries is going to be incredibly competitive for these teams just to get a top 10, never mind going into the top 5 or even for those podium positions. It's going to be very, very difficult for a lot of these LMP2s this season in order to get results. And of course, as you were saying before, it is 9 races in the championship this season. So, you know, you can maybe have 1 or 2 bad races and still be in the hunt for the championship. But once you get that third bad result, that's probably you out of the running.
Yeah, it's very different to some of the seasons we've had in the past. I mean, we've had as little as 6 rounds in a season a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago, you're right.
Yes, only 2 years ago. But then the year before that, we had 9 as well, like this season. So it does fluctuate in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's normally 8, but we've gone for 9 this time. So and 2 24-hour races. In terms of hours raced, I think this will be the most in a VEC season for quite some time, if not ever. I'll have to do a bit of research.
Yeah, our Lord and Saviour Jimmy Allison will be able to tell us.
He might well just know out the top of his head, to be fair.
No, there was 2 20. If memory serves me correctly, there might be 2 24 hours in the earlier times, because I think the second one might have been Spa as well.
Good. Yes.
Memory serves me correctly in the first cup in the first few seasons.
Yes. You are correct. Season 8 was 2. Last time we had 2 24-hour races in a season, but that was only an 8-race season. So I wonder whether the extra race we could make up the hours. It might be quite similar anyway. And of course, we don't actually know how many hours this will be, because next round is 1,000 miles at Road Atlanta, which we don't know how long it's going to take just yet.
But if I remember correctly, what this might also need to be confirmed, but I think it might be 1,000 miles or 8 hours, whatever comes first. Memory serves me correctly. We've got a battle here side by side, for the 12th position in class. Oh, it's not quite, sorry. You can see Josef Frederick Suto in the Valcorsa car here in the foreground, and you've got the 2 LMP2s going side by side in the background, but it's in fact one being lapped by the other. No, sorry, that was for position. Excuse me. The gap came down a lot since the last time I saw it. Christian Pedersen is now that car in the middle, in that Go Team Racing car, and then just behind you've got, as we said before, Stan Zlitzka. They're down in that number 35 car. Yeah, so Blitzer is a little bit further up in a battle, and Pallison is here in this battle as well. So by the left-hand side of the screen in LMP2, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on. But there is outside of the top 8. Blitzer lost a lot of time here in the last couple of moments, actually. That's taken me off by surprise a bit. So he's down in 14th now. There may have been contact with himself and maybe Pedro Ramada and Sandeep Singh, because they were in a 3-car battle earlier. Now Vlietstra's gone from 11th to 14th in a matter of laps there, and I think there may have been an incident. Would it have made sense they would have picked, or is it too close to the last time they did that?
No, I don't think they would have pitted. Also, they haven't lost enough time, I don't think, to have pitted. I think it's the right amount of time for an incident.
For a track limits as well?
Possibly. Although we did get word through earlier that there's a lot of... I'm not sure whether we're allowed to release to the world what the track limit is.
You can set a limit, yes, but you know every one of these drivers will use every single part available to them.
True, but we're still a long way from the end, which is my concern about that, because we're only just over the halfway mark. I'd be surprised if anyone's fallen foul of track limits.
Vliestra's lost a lot of time though. It's now 3.1 seconds back on Pallison, so I'm wondering if there might be a problem with this number 35 car.
Yeah, there could be.
Damage or something like this, but I'm not exactly sure. So we're having a look at Pallison now. This Go Team car essentially right there on the rear wing of Suso coming out of that first chicane.
Yeah, so that's further down in LMP2. There is one for third in the Vanwall class as well, the Hypercar class at the front of the field. Burst Esport and Damien Scrovon trying to hold on at the moment from Saba Kiss, who's still very much up here at the moment. He had a spin at the first chicane just as the pit stop phase that we've just been through about half an hour ago was commencing. He went around and we saw lots of people gaining places as a result. However, there's been different strategies employed now in these most recent stops. We saw driver changes for Squadron and for Philip Drace as well in the kneebracing.com car. They're both at 3rd and 5th now, but there were no driver changes for the other 3 inside the top 5, so they gained a bit of time. But I think Burst G-Sport are very much on the march, and Shabakis is going to have to do some defending from Philip Drace here pretty soon, who's also catching them both.
Oh, it's going to be very, very fun. In this brand new hypercar class, of course, we were saying before, is hypercars. These cars are a little bit different from last season, because last season we used the DPIs. Of course, the GT class, different as well. These are GT3s instead of GTEs. So a lot of these teams that have been in, for example, the GT class, or in the hypercar stroke DPI, sorry, in the DPI stroke LMP1 class for a number of seasons now, it's a big learning curve for them, especially in this first race of the season. It will be pretty much throughout the entire season. And as you two were saying earlier, with these new GT3 cars, there's some marks here that we haven't seen for a while in VEC. I saw Mercedes not too long ago, and it really has been a long time since we've seen any Mercedes. Is that a car smoking coming out the pits? Is that the Simracing for Holland?
It is Andreas Kirley, who's I think we're just seeing this as a result of the pit stops, and they're overheating a bit. I was speaking to Colin Spork actually a little bit earlier on. I don't want to release all the information because it's quite. He might not be very pleased with me if I do. But there was contact a little bit earlier on. They do believe they might have a bit of damage, and that could be affecting their radiator and their temperatures and all that kind of thing. So I think. That's the reason why we've seen the race clutch car smoking earlier on, but now that we've seen the Simracing for Holland car smoking as well, as Kieran slides in a big way there, that kind of puts me at ease a little bit more about them, because I think all of the Vanwalls by the end of the race will be smoking a little bit after pit stops, and Kieran now is going to be not pleased with himself because he's had a spin through Lesmo 2. We'll get back going again in quite a nice 360, but he's lost even more time, and there's quite some distance now between Simracing for Holland and the next car.
Indeed, and it's a big change for them as well, because they've been GT stalwarts for a long time now, up into the top class, and we don't get to see that checkerboard livery anymore.
No, it's a shame. They've gone for the all black for at least the first race of this season, probably all season, to be honest. And that is a shame for Simracing for Holland. They were celebrating some form of anniversary last season, sort of anniversary of the team. I think it's been around for, is it 15 years or 20? I can't remember, it's a long time. And Kieran has been one of those drivers who's been at that team for so long. He's been, I think he did his first 24-hour race in Simracing more than 15 years ago, back in the mid-2000s. So he has been a driver for Simracing for Holland. And
he's been born.
Yes, of course. But Zach, maybe not. Yes, he's been 24-hour racing for a very long time as Kirley, but unfortunately, yeah, Simracing for Holland not in their iconic livery this time, but they have gone for the all black, which is a little bit not very intricate, I suppose, design, but they do stand out among the rest of the field. It's quite a colourful Vanwall field we have actually with the other liveries, but not Simracing for Holland this year, unfortunately.
We are looking here at the battle for 9th position in the LMP2 class. We've got Simon Speth in the 34, Sean Clark Racing in 9th, Sandeep Singh, who we're currently on the number 28 Netrix, and then Pedro Ramada just behind them in that Ramada Motorsports car. So these three essentially nose to tail coming out of the Parabolica on to the start-finish straight once again to begin lap 116, I think it is for them.
I'm wondering whether we're going to get a lap record this time around, but I don't think we are for the Vanwalls. So that's going to be quite close. I think the pace between the Vanwalls and the DPIs is actually quite similar, based on what we've had the previous 2 seasons. Well, the previous season, I should say. The DPIs in the first season weren't quite as quick on that occasion. Last season, pole was a 26.3 from the DPIs. I don't think we quite got that quick over the course of the race here today. Or over the qualifying earlier on, I should say. In the race, the fastest laps were in the high 27s, I think, and that's not where we are at all in the Vanwalls. So I'd be surprised if we get any lap records at all this season, really, with the Vanwall. But it's nice to have it on the grid. Nice to have it in rFactor 2 as well, because I have to say it's looking very nice.
Changed.
Good to have it on the
Cam's changed
as the top class this season. As we continue to look at this fight for 9th in LMP2.
Guys, I need to do a bit of
gain a
work.
place on
Can
Simon
imagine.
Spaeth here in the 34. Sean Clark Racing.
Obviously, I have
the
chat
ninth
and everything
place,
inside here on
in
my
the
laptop,
class
as
at
you
the
can
moment.
see
Still
as well.
a good 20 minutes, 30
I'm
minutes
going to
maybe
go for
from
the
more pit
food
stops in LMP2.
in a bit.
You were talking about rain as well earlier, and the nearest rain is in
So,
France, which I
yeah,
shall
that
note
is
not
the
in Italy.
situation.
So I don't think it is rain. I think it's just some clouds coming over. 31 degrees.
Can you even hear me
temperature
right
in the
now?
light there in
Quick
Monza
checkup,
at the
guys,
moment.
please.
So rather
Should be able to hear
warm.
me.
Sandy percent here though. Going to be getting all
Just
that
checking,
lovely,
you know.
lovely slipstream from number 34 car coming from start finish straight. Of course, they're all getting the slipstream in front of that GT car. Pressure Romano's just fallen back a little bit. And could this perhaps be the Netrix car going from there? No, just showing the nose a little bit, coming there down in towards turn 1 and accelerating out. And it's so difficult coming out that first chicane to actually put the power on, because you're still turning quite a lot and you're in such a low gear as well. You really often see wheel spin happening there, as we've already seen several times throughout this race.
Yeah, Nick De Silva has been really struggling with that traction zone in the race coach car. Seen him on a few occasions just sliding a little bit. By the way, in terms of podium battles, we've got Satellite Racing closing on the Adam Polo car, currently driving for Thomas Enger Simracing. That's the number 70 that's currently in second at the moment in the sort of gold and black. And then there's the Simracing, the Satellite Racing car, excuse me. That's still Jimmy Nisler at the wheel of that one now. Not far away from the fourth pit stop of the day for them, and surely he'll be getting out of the car at some point there, because he has been driving
right
since
back,
the very
going for
start.
the
It's quite a long stint for him now, and of course they will have to share that car around between at least the two of them. See who Nisler hands that one over to. Probably be James Zuber, who is with him at the moment in the team speak. So we'll see when that commences. But just makes you wonder where Nisler would be without a drive-through penalty that he got after the first pit stop phase for speeding in the pit lane. That's really set them back quite a long way.
Again, this is a very difficult pit lane because essentially it's just in the middle of a straight.
Yeah.
And you have to come down to pit speed. I presume this Thomas Enger Simracing is associated with the former F1 driver.
Yes, it certainly is. Not sure when they were formed actually, but they are a team on the who are expanding. They're now racing on loads of different simulators, and that's only being added to at the moment. But yeah, you are correct. Thomas Enger Simracing is indeed affiliated with the former F1 driver. But they are under pressure at the moment.
Other things.
Yes. Oh yes, many. And uncountable things. You would need more than your fingers, I think, to count all the series he's been in. But anyway, Formula One's the one that everyone knows, of course. So we'll go with that. Still in front in second place, ahead of Satellite Racing just for now.
Indeed, sat there very nicely in second. So again, it'd be a very good result for them, essentially in their debut here in the VEC. This battle for second position between Christopher Kanick and Damien Skovron. Skovron there in the Burst Esport next few car, just 0.3 of a second, if that, behind second place.
Yeah, so having taken on a new driver and new tyres, First Esport are on the move. Inside line in towards Parabolica, and through they go on Simfree, who were in that second place. They were fifth before that last round of pit stops, but clearly no tyres taken on that last stop, and they will fall back. With just over 2.5 hours remaining, though, and we're not too far away from the next round of stops for the Vanwalls. I wonder whether we're going to see a final tyre change for some of these teams at the next stops.
You do say they were in fifth, but you have to look at that timing column there on the left. There's still not that much between second and fifth.
Yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't take a lot.
Seconds, maybe, yeah.
It doesn't take a lot to gain those places, but even so, the gap was a lot larger earlier on. If you were with us earlier, Race Clutch came out about half a lap in front of Burst, and now that gap is down to just under 9 seconds. We'll continue to monitor that as we go back to Nisler now, who's still looking to find his way through, hasn't been able to yet in
Got
GT3.
a better run out of Parabolica that time round, I think.
He's too far back.
Hey guys, I'm back.
With that,
Do you hear me?
Coming down towards turn 1, half a second back is that Satellite Racing car, and we'll just stay there on the racing line. Oh, whoa, whoa, no, that's a commentator's car. Whoops. That's...
Well, Nisler's not going to be very happy with us now, but he's overshot in towards turn 1, and well, he's lost a lot of time now. He'll have to regain all of that over the coming laps, and he might not even get there before the next pit stops.
No, just got to wait for that timing to refresh a little to see how much time he lost. They were a half a second back, now 2.5 seconds back, so a couple of seconds lost there by that mistake. And yes, not with that attitude. Well, not with that one either.
Went free.
No, it's a little bit too late on the brakes and finds his way off the road quite quickly, unfortunately, there. So that battle is settled for the moment. Just want to run through the top order in GT3. I know we don't do this very often, but there's a good chance to do it now. Well, there are no battles in GT3 at the moment. Blackhawk Racing are still leading the way by just over 30 seconds ahead of Thomas Enger Simracing, and then Satellite Racing, who we've just been watching, of course. In 4th place, Nico Barkley is driving for Wanako at the moment. It was Adam Taylor who started that car. He's handed over to his only teammate. I'm presuming they're going to have to get someone in for Daytona and Le Mans for the 2 24-hour races, because so far they're the only 2 drivers, and that will remain the case at least for the end of today. Scuderia Leonard in the top 5 now, ahead of Arnaud's competition, who are in 6th. That's Lucas Verler driving there. Camille Naou for Unsteer Racing is in 7th place, and then it is Andrea Gandosi in the number 69.
Man, those
GT3.
3.5 hours going to be nail biting now.
Who are in one of the
So
Mercedes,
not ready
and
for
they're
that,
in 8th place right now. Just to round off the top 10, Johan Curzon for RKT competition is in 9th place, and in rounding out the top 10, it's Caspian Motorsport in their Porsche. Sema Selic currently at the wheel of that one, having had Erden Akiol starting that car. So that's your top 10 in GT3. And it's all going to change again very soon, because they'll be in the pit lane, as will the LMP2s, you would imagine, pretty soon as well, because it's been about 40 minutes since they came into the pit lane. And over the course of this stint, we have seen the battle for the lead just close in slightly. Thomas Inborg was nearly 10 seconds in front at the start of this stint, and now that gap to Felix Neuberger for Team Iris is down to just 4 seconds.
Yes, not that much at all, really, especially after almost 3.5 hours racing here at Monza. Less than 4 seconds, that gap, as you rightly pointed out, but a gap that is a lot less, ever so slightly further down that LMP2 field, is this battle for, I believe this is 6th in class. Sandeep Singh in this Netrix car trying to chase down Simon Speth in that number 34 car. The clouds are being turned on and off here at Monza. But yes, accelerating out of the first Lesmo, coming up towards the second, and certainly within that slipstream striking range.
He is. There is the full reach of the order on the left-hand side, by the way. In LMP2, Netrex now have 2 cars inside the top 10, but pit stops are very much underway right now, so hard to read too much into that for the moment. You can see a bit of a tyre difference between them as well. On the left,
the 3rd stint that I did today was
noticing differences between triple stinting, double stinting, and how often you're changing tyres over the course of the day. It's going to remain very, very close until the end here. I mean, we're speaking about the last lap pass a couple of seasons ago in GTE. On that particular day in LMP2 as well, it was very close. Back in season 14, it was John Lacey's. Was that season? No, that was last season. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. It was Racing Team and Go Team Racing who were very close at the end of that one. I believe it was less than 10 seconds since they came out the pit lane on that day, and so all 3 classes were very close, because the overall gap was only 2.2 as well. It was all very close indeed. Yeah, the gap was just 6.3 at the end of the race in LMP2 that day as well. So very, very small gaps between everybody towards the end on that day. So LMP2 can provide that kind of racing as well, and it's still remaining a difficult one to call. And there's a lot more options for LMP2s as well. There's 20 of them on the grid here this season, which is the most we've had for quite some time.
Yeah, and a bumper grid overall. It's almost, I think there's 49 cars in this LMP, not this LMP1, this Division 1 field. Indeed, we've also yet to have a retiring race as well, which I find quite interesting. But yes, this battle for 12th position in LMP2 is still Suto, it is still Speth, and it is it's Suto, Pallison and Ramada, these three cars. Ramada being at the tail end of this straight and almost going into the back of that number 47 car coming through that first chicane.
That's the Scuderia Ferrari Esports car just behind as well. They're not on the same lap. And I don't believe the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car is either, but I could be wrong there.
I think he does it by accident.
So Dennis Jordan will look to find his way through, and this is not ideal at all. 4 lapped cars in front of him to have to negotiate as he's trying to chase down. Of course, he's trying to fight for the race win today. And he's going to find this very difficult. Flashes the lights towards
lifetime set. One says you in third, and the other says you in second.
Moments for him here. There's a Simframe Ferrari just in front of them as well. Going to have a terrible time here, trying to let through everybody. There goes Jordan. It'll be 3 wide off of Lesmo too, and that's one of them done, but still a few more to go. A really terrible time to catch all of these cars, and he will get through on the Virtual Drivers by TX3 team as well on the way towards Ascari.
Oh, it's so fun watching these three teams nose to tail, but Ramada falling perhaps a little bit further back as we have a look now at this battle for 4th position in this hypercar class. Less than half a second between the two of them. Having a look here at Philip Drayson, that ageracing.com car, and almost getting held up a little bit by that GT car, but I think they both managed to go unimpeded past that as they just caught it at the correct time. Drayson having a look up the inside. Oh, not quite an overlap there though.
Got to be careful with stuff like that. He's got more grip though, you can see, able to hold a tighter line on the way out of the Parabolica. And Philip Drace will go through here, surely. Sharmakish will be back in the slipstream again, pulled back to the outside, side by side over the line they will go. But he could get trapped in behind this Porsche. It will be the Wanaco Porsche, I think, or maybe one of the others.
So,
I think maybe.
But between Damien and the lead is 1.5 seconds.
He just breaks later on the way towards turn 1, gets the place, and in the end it wasn't so difficult for him. He's now into 4th place. As, Burst Esport are also on the move. Don't forget that DeepRacing.com and Burst are both on the new tyres throughout this stint.
Yeah, and you see about getting caught up behind that Porsche, that first chicane is actually so slow. All the cars go at the same speed through there. Really. Because it's so slow, there aren't any aerodynamic advantages, and you don't really put your throttle on in between the right and the left. So really, the hypercars, the LMP2s and the GTs kind of got the same speed through there. Having a look here at a potential battle for the lead of this race. Nick De Silva there trying to, in that number 1 race clutch, trying to hold off the number 4 Burst Esport next few car. Skovron, as you were saying, on these new tyres has been incredibly fast over this last stint.
And he's right on the back of the lead, and now, oh dear, off the road from the armed Cybra cars at the back of the back end of the lap, the Parabolica. Now, race clutch looking like they might have gone into pit lane there, but don't quite do it. And now, Damien Skrovron's going to have the chance to go to the outside. A lot of LMP2 traffic in front, but Skrovron's going to look to get through before they have to go through on all of those. It's very late on the brakes there from the race clutch car, and Nick De Silva, who desperately wanted to hold on to the lead, and Skrovron was almost forced to back out of that.
Yeah, you really have to force out, because again, you can't go side by side through there, but you need a lot of communication, a lot of, well, I would say teamwork. Obviously they're not in the same team, but you need a lot of reliance on the other car. And yes, Skovron just almost had to be forced out of that move, but Skovron appears to be incredibly quick as the LMP2 are making their sets of pit stop. This number 4 car appears to be incredibly quick, so know that there'll be another move soon. Almost having a look there into the second Lesmo, which would have been rather brave, but coming up through all of this traffic.
So much of it, especially LMP2 as well. It's part of that battle we were seeing earlier on with the likes of Pedro Ramada and Christian Pallison and others. And now the overall leaders are having to fight their way through it. Skrovron hasn't been able to stay quite as close to Nick De Silva as maybe he would have liked there as a result of all of that. Now he's in the slipstream again on the way down the inside of the Go Team Racing car in towards the Parabolica. But there you can see the difference between the Vanwall and the LMP2. In terms of actual downforce, there really isn't a lot in it. The Vanwall is strong in a straight line, but it's it's not many seconds a lap faster.
Well, we might have another look here. Scotland having to do the same thing again. Go around the outside to Silva defending the inside. And there's a little bit more overlap now going across the sausage strip on the inside, but Scotland almost getting gravelly on the outside of Silva. They're going to be going side by side through curve with Durante, but they've got traffic coming up ahead. They're getting a little bit of touching there as well. They've got to go around the outside now because there's more contact coming down towards the ring. So the second straight and they're still side by side, and Scotland loses out.
Oh, and there's more contact as Christian Pallison gets onto the case and goes straight into the back of Damien Scotland. What a battle that was between them. Nick De Silva in the end defending very, very sternly, it has to be said, but he has held on to the place. His objective has been achieved, I suppose, but at what cost there? It was quite a physical battle between them, and now the tensions between these two teams are only going to rise further here once again. Raceclutch, of course, the reigning champions who took that title away from First Esport, who were champions the season before. The title winners of the last 2 seasons in the DPI category, now going to battle in the Vanwall, and it's a fantastic battle to see with 2.5 hours to go.
Coming round Parabolica, second separating to now 9/10 of a second or so, as we've got more LMP2 traffic right there. Moving to the right hand side of the circuit is Scotland, and then using as much of the slipstream of De Silva as possible in order to reclose that gap. But look at that, already 4/10 of a second, that gap. That bursting sport car is incredibly quick. Scotland just needs to pick the correct opportunity in order to make that pass, and no doubt that will happen. But De Silva is putting up a very, very good defence.
He is. So in towards the second chicane. Nick De Silva still leads the race, ahead of Damien Scrofford. 5 seconds further back, Philip Trace is just in front of Christopher Kierneck, and Sami Kiss is there now as well. So the top 5 still separated by less than 10 seconds as we're approaching the 2/3 mark of this race. It's been a remarkable start to another incredible Virtual Endurance Championship season, the 16th edition of this great championship, and we're seeing a great race to kick it off as well. Raceclutch defending from Burst Esport, and so far successfully, but they must be low on fuel now. The pit stops are upon us, and very soon we'll see them both into pit lane, and we'll see what they decide to do, because Raceclutch may well take tyres. Burst Esport, I suspect, won't.
We're going to have to wait and see. I think as we've got side by side here once again, and now that number 4 car makes that move coming down towards Parabolica. Can De Silva make a response? We've seen how fast that number 4 Burst Esport car is over the past few laps, but I just don't think that number 1 car has enough in it. Going to have to go around the outside if De Silva wants to take that place back. Perhaps going to try the up and under the cutback coming into chicane. They really can't do that, so no doubt we'll see the number 4 car run away for a few laps until, as you said, this next pit stop, when that number 1 car might put on some new tyres.
Needed a better exit than that out of turn 2, really, did Nick De Silva, but traction has not been Raceclutch's strongest point so far this race. For whatever reason, I don't know if they're just chewing through their rear tyres quite quickly or what's going on, but they're not getting the exit and the purchase that they quite need. Top 5 battles still happening in LMP2. Arm Cyber trying to hold on from On-Off Racing. It's Nicolas Lemoine we're following for On-Off Racing at the moment, trying to get past Valerio Ferraris, who's been at the wheel of the Arm Cyber car for quite some time now. Lemoine in the slipstream looking for his way through in towards turn 1. He'll hope that they don't catch the BMW PS competition too quickly, but they might well get there before turn 1. Lemoine on the inside, is he going to take both of them maybe? Are they going to both brake late and get into the BMW? Not quite, it's going to get very close. Ferraris holding the inside through turn 2. Lemoine not quite with the exit he needs, and Arm Cyber will hang on to their top 5 for at least one more corner.
So close, as you said, having a look going around the outside of curve of this BMW at Curve Grande. Now Lemoine will have the second go coming into this second chicane, or will just stay and the tracks for now. cuts. The next opportunity is going to come up into the Ascaria chicane on the back part of the circuit. Le Mans accelerating out the first. Les Moa, say that, caught behind that GT car, where the both of them that are side around the on-off car. Thought there might have been an opportunity there for Le Mans to make that move into the top 5, but not able to this time round. And now just a little bit too far back for a move up into Ascaria, so it's probably going to be the first chicane again.
It might have to be for Le Mans. Still undergoing pit stops here in LMP2, by the way. Scuderia Ferrari had already done theirs actually, but they haven't. Team Iris haven't either, I don't think. But Gold Racing Esport have, and so have Hyperion Esports, who will now go up to second. Gold Racing Esport now third. Scuderia Ferrari back outside the podium places for now, and they might drop behind this battle as well, unless Dennis Jordan gets going quickly. Let's see if he does. I don't think he'll get out quick. Oh no, he will, just about in time to hold on to 4th place. So Cyber will continue to try and hang on for 5th, as there in the background, the needracing.com. Vanwall makes its way out to pit lane as well. Pit stops everywhere now in the field. All 3 categories, in fact, there's a steady stream of them on the way in. There's still over 2 hours 20 remaining in this race. A long way to go, but remaining as close as ever. We're nearly 4 hours into this one, and it's still anyone's guess as to who can win this one. I mean, we've got 2 4-hour races over the course of this season. If they're like this, then we're going to have some very close finishes.
Indeed. And they're both at high-speed tracks as well, 24-hour races.
Yes.
And Le Mans. So, yes, it's going to be very, very fun.
We do indeed have 2 24-hour races for the first time in 8 years, in 8 seasons in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Next time out, of course, we're at Road Atlanta for 1,000 miles, by the way. Coming up after that will be the 4 hours of Bahrain, 6 hours of Spa, and then to start off 2024, we're straight in at the deep end with 24 hours of Daytona, which was originally the circuit we were meant to do the second 24-hour race at in Season 8, but that got changed for Spa. So hopefully this season we'll have a 24-hour race at Daytona, but it's going to be a very, very long season ahead for everyone as Nicolas Lenoir makes his way down the inside. Oh no!
Oh, there's
towards the
contact.
final corner.
Yeah.
Well, that was always going to happen. He was on a very narrow, tight line there. Got straight into the side of the armed cyber car of Valerio Ferraris alongside him, and Nicolas Lemoine goes around.
Yeah, he goes around. That was always going to happen, especially at Parabolica. You could just tell.
Well, Nicolas Lemoine drops back from a potential 5th to hopefully holding on to 6th, but that's not even set in stone at this point. Further up the order, by the way, Christopher Koenig is under pressure again from... Oh, well, that's why, because he's in the pit lane.
Well, no longer under pressure, yep.
No. So Philip Drace will try and overtake him now as a result, but as you can see, there's a long way until that will happen. Drace is, of course, not changing, or didn't change tyres in the previous stop, and so will probably go out quite a long way ahead of Koenig, who is expected to change tyres at this next stop.
Battle here for 4th position in the GT3 class. Having a look at the moment at Thomas Arons in that 93 Scuderia Leone car, trying to chase down Adam Taylor in that 96 Wanaka car. Less than a second separating the 2 of them as they're coming up towards the second chicane now.
Yeah, great to see Adam Taylor back on the Virtual Endurance Championship grid. It's been 6 seasons since he last took a title in this series, let's not forget, after winning was it 3 championships in a row, or was it three titles in a row. He won GT AM in season 8, then 2 LMP1 titles 2 seasons running as Team Virus began to dominate a little bit towards the end of the LMP1 era. They certainly won the last 2 titles with Adam Taylor and Nicky Jakovic. Taylor back again, I believe, for the first time since that Season 10 championship for him. But back in the GT3, he's back to where he started. And he was in a Porsche, by the way, in Season 8 as well. So it's all come full circle for him in the Virtual Endurance Championship, although it's a GT3 on this occasion, and he's currently running 4th for Wanako, a team that don't often run GTs in the VEC either.
Yeah, this is true. They are normally in the top class, or at least in prototype, to say rather. But they're in the GT3 class as well this season. As accelerating Parabolica is Argentin's Sierra Leone car, letting all of the other traffic stream by. But yes, 9 tenths of a second at the moment. But these two cars appear to be fairly even as it stands.
And the traffic is not helping them either. It's not helping Thomas Lorenz. It's certainly not helping him. He's got a couple of LMP2s just stopping him on the way in towards the first chicane. And that is a problem when you're in a GT3, isn't it, really, when you've got prototypes in front of you, because your mechanical grip in a GT is actually better than those in the prototypes. And through those slower speed corners, which there are a few of here at Monza, you can be quicker. And unfortunately, just nowhere to go with it, really, Thomas Lorenz. Can't really catch up when there's cars in front of him like that.
Yeah, that's because, well, the prototypes that just streamed past them were the battle for 10th position still between Pallison, Suto and Ramada. Pallison is ahead of this train now, though. Suto now in the middle and Ramada still at the back. But yes, it's still this 3-car prototype train for, what is now 10th position in class.
And into the pit lane for the overall leader as well. Nick De Silva makes his way in. Bursty Sport have already been in, and they've come out behind Simracing somehow. So I think they've both made tyre changes, although maybe not, because they're both in front of needracing.com right now. So clearly they haven't changed all four, I wouldn't imagine. But Simracing are ahead of Bursty Sport, and that's a bit of a surprise. Where a race truck's going to be in relation to these two is the next question, because all of a sudden, Skrovron's got more overtaking to do after the overtake that he just had to make on Nick De Silva.
Well, let's see if Skrovron can keep up.
Oh,
that's a giant accident ahead.
Oh my goodness, the Team Irish car, I think it's the leader in LMP2. It's not indeed, it's one of the other LMP2s that's got off the road. It's a huge crash in towards the final corners.
This is the 48 car, Slavnik.
Let's try and find out, is it Slavnik? Possibly. No rear wing. You're absolutely correct. It's the other Team Irish car that comes in, and on the way in as well. Oh, that's very close. I think it's Go Team Racing, isn't it?
Yeah,
yes.
That looks like it. Yeah.
Huge accident on the back straight. It involved one of the GTEs as well. Will get away without a code 80 because it was so close to the pit lane that Slovenak has been able to just creep into pit lane anyway. But what a big accident that was, and it's the first incident of that kind we've really seen all day.
But as you said, there was another GT car there involved. Can't actually see which one it was. Well, no, it was actually 3 cars. There was a third prototype. I think that might have actually been the 202 Simracing for Holland.
Oh,
YouTube stream as well. Sorry.
So it was the 75, was it? From one of the Porsches. That Caspian Motorsport, I think, who were involved actually in that one. Semir Selic. Was it? No, that looks a bit different, doesn't it? So it wasn't him. Someone else it would have been. But anyway, it was one of the GT3s. What happened was, I think, the Team Irish car just tried to slide out from slide out in front of one of the GT3s. And so this is the onboard we want. So they try and slit the gap here, and there's just not quite the space. They get clipped and spun around in a big way, and Slovenak loses his rear wing. I think that was just a pure misjudgment of the gap there from Slovenak, who thought he had room to go outside of one and inside of the other, but he really didn't.
Yeah, and it was actually the number 7 hypercar involved in that accident as well.
Oh, no, he clips the Porsche. Excuse me. So he doesn't get clipped by the McLaren, but clips the Porsche, does he? On the front left, just gets unsettled, gets straight into the side of the number 7 Go Team Racing Vanwall, and then unfortunately collects the Porsche as well. That's such a shame, but unfortunately it's a misjudgment from Slovenak now, I think. Well,
I think there was a little bit of contact there, as you said, between the GT and that Team Irish LMP2 car, but as you also said, managed to get away from the code 80 there because it was essentially at the end of the circuit. But yes, a couple of rolls there for the Team Irish car. Still very miraculous that it can still drive.
It was Deuce's Motorsport Club in the Porsche who got involved, by the way. Either the 73 or the 71. I think it was the 73 that got involved. Ruddiman confirming that because he is on that team. And seemed pretty deflated about it as well, as you would be, I suppose. It was no fault of their own, really, wasn't it? The Porsche was just running its line and staying to the very left, trying to stay out of the way, and they still got clipped, unfortunately.
As we're on board here with Damien Scotland, up into third now. Of course, we missed what's happened over the past couple of minutes for obvious reasons. But Damien Scotland in that number 4 car up into third, just 9/10 of a second off of second.
And this will become the battle for the lead. Go Team Racing are saving quite a lot of fuel here, and it's making me wonder where they're going to be at the end of this race with a shorter final stop, but they're not going to cut out a stop entirely, I don't think. With still a quarter of an hour to go until the hour mark, where they would need to get to if they want to cut out a stop. They've got a long way to go until there, but they are in the lead. And you just don't know how short their final stop's going to be. This one should be the fight for the lead, though, and I'm somewhat surprised that Simracing are now involved there, as there is the Deuce's Porsche on pit lane, unfortunately getting repairs and dropping down the order as a result of an incident that wasn't their fault.
Indeed, that is the case. Scotland a second back. We've seen this car be incredibly fast over the past hour or so. Can this number 4 car continue its pace, or is essentially that advantage from the tyres worn off? We'll just need a few more laps, 15 minutes or so to find out if that has happened, as we have a battle for second position in the LMP2 class. Jacob Reed, the 26 car, trying to chase down that number 44.
And he's right there, looking for a way through. They're about 18 seconds in front of Scuderia Ferrari right now. It's the first driver change, by the way, for Gold Racing Esports, I think, with Jacob Reed now at the wheel. He's looking for his way through into second. Hyperion Esports currently hold that place, but they've got a big gap up to Team Iris. Maybe that will be their bigger concern, really. So they work together here, arguably, just a little bit to try and catch the leader to ensure he doesn't go too far up the road, because if that does happen, then neither of them are going to win. But if they work together, then they both have a chance.
Yeah, working together though, that isn't something that really happens. Especially between teams as opposed to an intra-team, which, you know, they would be more likely to help each other, but between teams, that is slightly more questionable. Jacob Reed in that Gold Racing Esports car again. Another good showing for a new team here.
It is. We've seen quite a lot of that so far today. New teams on the grid and showing themselves well. And a big improvement from Team Iris as well. I think it's fair to say they were 7th in the standings last season, although they were the second best of those who started the season in Division 2 and worked their way up to Division 1 by the end. They were on the podium at Le Mans, and that was their only podium of the season, so I guess that marked an improvement from them right at the very end. But now they're in contention for a race win, and I don't believe they have ever won in the Virtual Endurance Championship before, certainly not in Division 1, I wouldn't have thought. So this could be a big day for Team Iris. They're just over 20 seconds in front, and they hold that lead quite considerably at the moment. Who's that? I think that's Valley Esports who are having some problems there.
That is a very, very slow prototype car.
Is it Valet Corsa? I think it might be. Joseph Frederick Suto, it is, with suspension damage. He'll get into the pit lane, but well, how on earth did that happen? I wonder. Didn't see a yellow flag actually on that lap, so I really don't know where that happened.
Not that I can recall. No, perhaps I was busy looking at timing. But yes, Joseph Frederick Suto. Of course, Suto was in that wonderful three-way battle that we've been scanning over the past hour or so in the LMP2 class, but coming into the pits with that suspension damage, that's going to be a long stop for them. Still here, Jacob Reed in this Gold Racing Esports car, half a second back, coming down towards the second chicane, and that gap closes up visually because it's the same time, but obviously if you're going slower, that gap lessens in terms of distance. Round the first, less more accelerating hard round in the second, which is slightly tighter than the first, trying not to use too much of that curb for accelerating out towards Variante Ascari, down the hill and then up again into the braking zone. Because this is kind of uphill, it actually shortens the braking zone because of physics and gravity coming to the right, the left to right, and the left accelerating hard out towards Parabolica underneath yet another pedestrian bridge and getting closer and closer to that rear wing coming down towards Parabolica.
Yeah, so into the final corner for Jacob Reed looking for this way through. It's a better line at the Parabolica as well. It's a better run, and he will have a big slipstream as well. This should be second place for Gold Racing Esports, who have led quite a considerable amount of this race, of course. Hyperion Esports certainly have not, but they're both having fantastic debuts in the 16th season of the VEC. Down the inside now for Jacob Reed. He should have the place. He tries to shut the door, but couldn't quite do it though. He realised that the car was still alongside him. Patrick Sokowski still had his nose alongside. Reed couldn't shut the door there, but he did get the better exit off of turn 2, and he is now through. He'll be looking on the defensive again in towards the second chicane, and he does now confirm himself in second place by staying in front. So Reed is through, and in the end that pass wasn't too much trouble for him at all.
Indeed, a fantastic move there coming through the first part of this circuit, and Gold Racing Esports car appears to have the pace advantage over the Hyperion car as it stands. There is a battle for 7th position in the GT3s. I think this is 7th position. At least is Camel Noe in this number 77 car, trying to hold off the Mercedes behind.
Yes, it is further back in GT3. So no battles for leads in classes anymore, and few for podiums as well. But Understeer United having to defend a little bit here from one of the Mercedes. Karen Lowy just in front here, and will hold on the way in towards the second chicane. Will he? Yes. Just ahead in the braking zone there of Miguel Cardoso, I think it is, in the car behind him. Is it? No, it's Andrei Gandowski, sorry, from the number 69 team. That's Tomeli ERT, one of the Mercedes. But that little bit of LMP2 traffic has just split apart this battle ever so slightly, because the LMP2 wedged itself in that gap, and now they're nowhere near each other all over again. Cameron Nau has gained a bit of time as a result of that, and he'll be able to breathe a sigh of relief, at least for the next lap or two.
Of course, Understeer United, a team after my own heart, because I always love Understeer in my cars.
Yes, same.
Yes.
Rather than oversteer, anyway.
Oh, of course. Yeah, Understeer is far better than oversteer if you want a predictable car. And consistency, which of course is pretty important here in endurance racing.
Yeah, unfortunately these guys are skilled enough to be able to deal with not chronic understeer and also be quick and sort of control the car at the same time, but I'm not, so I would need understeer as well, to be honest. It's pretty important. They're still running 7th. I mean, it's another team that is, I guess, new on the VEC grid, but as I said earlier about some other teams, there are some familiar names like Camille now in this car as well. So I think he drove for Blackhawk Racing last season, didn't he? So
yeah, that's just familiar.
So there's a number of new teams, but similar drivers really this season in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Even if the teams aren't all the same, of course. I mean, a lot of the teams are similar, especially at the top end of the top class, and all of the classes, in fact. But there are some mostly familiar drivers in some different teams than maybe usual.
Yet different teams from usual, but still, you've got the best part of 20 GT3 cars and 20 LMP2 cars. You're bound to get different teams towards the head of the field each time, especially in this GT3 class, for example, because every mark will have its own advantages and disadvantages.
We're just getting word through, by the way, from Understeer United that that team is basically the Simracing Performance team from last season, which started the season in Division 2, ended up in Division 1 by the end. But that's basically who they are. So yeah, Camille helping them out today because apparently other drivers are unavailable for them. So he's jumping in there and helping them out a little bit, and doing very well as well, in 7th place at the moment in the GT3 category, chased down by one of the Mercedes. But that battle will just peter out for now. For the lead overall, still fairly close. Christopher Kienach there, you can see, is 2.5 seconds ahead of Demian Skrovron, who has a 3-wide moment to contend with on the way towards turn 1. That very tight line makes it through, although he's made it awkward for everybody there and towards the first chicane.
Making it awkward. But I love to do sometimes as well on commentary, but no, it's doing it on the racetrack can have some other very interesting consequences. Scotland, though, I'm just wondering if that extra speed from those tyres of a little bit of a bump there from the 77 car looked like to me, didn't it?
There was, and it's another example of that phenomenon we've been speaking about, of GT3s being faster than the Vanwalls at certain parts of the corner. That's exactly what was happening there on the brakes, on the turn in there. The GT3 had more grip and more stability, and it just seemed that it is a new car still, the Vanwall to RF2, and it does seem that these teams are still trying to quite get used to it. I mean, you know, Simracing was in that chat earlier on, one of the Burst Esport drivers we'll be seeing a little bit later on in the season, no doubt. He was saying, you know, how on earth do you get this car to stop bouncing around and stop being so stiff? Because it is a fairly stiffly sprung car, and I'd imagine these teams haven't quite worked this out fully just yet, given that we're at the start of a new season.
No, well, still take a little bit of time for all these teams to fully understand what is happening in terms of the physics of these cars, how the suspension works, how the various tyres work, how the various aero configurations work, so on and so forth. But no doubt within a couple of races, all these teams will start to perfect. But having a look here at Scotland, 2.1 seconds, perhaps still a little bit of pace action is on the foreground.
There is still speed here. I mean, not quite as much speed as the race clutch car of Tom Larzillo has at the moment. He is back in again after starting the race, and Silva then drove for a couple of stints. Now Larzillo may well be in to the end, actually, but he's closing in. He's just under half a minute back from Simframe, but he still has a good half an hour to close in further, and maybe there'll be a battle very similar to the one that we saw with Burst in race clutch earlier on. Maybe we'll see roles reverse slightly, where race clutch are on the newer tyres with the speed and they're trying to get through on Burst Esport. But the tension between those teams now is going to be fairly high, and there's going to be a fairly big battle between them if indeed they do get close. Once again, as I said earlier, we're still absolutely no idea who's going to end up winning this race. It's still so close.
It, as you say very rightly, it is still so close between all of them. We still do not know what is going to happen towards the end of this race. Well, we've got a couple of hours to find out what's going to happen at the end of the race, don't we? But Scotland, 1.2 seconds. I'm just wondering if that number 4 car is pretty unbeatable as it stands, unless they get into a little bit of trouble.
It's well, it seems like that right now, but then the tables turn with every stint, and you just don't know where this race is going to go next.
There goes Scotland through the right and the left. Certainly not traction issues that. As you said earlier, you see movement to Silver, for example. 1.2 seconds the gap to that first place, which you just see in the distance, and you can just see here in the foreground turning left.
Oh dear, yeah, Scotland going to be really held up here. Going to get caught up with the Vala car. Who had a bit of damage, of course, early on. They've recovered again. They're back out there. But Skrovron will continue to lose time in that little exchange there. Giuseppe Saracino is not too far behind the on-off racing car of Nicola Lemoine now. This is a battle in LMP2 developing now for 6th place. Lemoine, of course, recovering from that spin at Parabolica that he had not so long ago. And it seems that he's still going backwards, because Visceral Esports are now not on their case.
Going backwards just a touch, 1 second the gap there, up towards 6th position for Saracino, coming through Curva Grande, and there you can just see this bluish, I'm seeing this turquoise salmon. LMP2 up ahead, that on-off car coming to the left and the right of the second chicane, and then up towards the two Lesbos a second. You can just about get a little bit of suction from that distance.
Maybe the faintest bit, but it wants to be a lot closer than that in the coming laps as we now approach the 4-hour mark in this race. Still 2 hours remaining of the 6 Hours of Monza, the opening round of the Virtual Endurance Championship season for season 16. A 9-race championship with 24 hours to look forward to over the course of the season. 2 hours remaining at Monza then, and Giuseppe Saracino has closed in quite considerably through Ascari there. He's right on the case of the driver in front of him. On the way in towards the Parabolica, he'll look to make the move very soon. He'll be on the inside of one of the BMWs, but it's going to mean that a poor run onto the home straight. He's going to have to wait at least another lap, I would imagine, unless he's coming into the pit lane, which he is.
Yep.
So he's going to spoil that for us slightly. Nicolas Lemoine will have no pressure on him now.
How are you considering spoiling that for us?
Well, yeah, I mean, he probably was going to run out of fuel, so we can't really be too mad at it. But with 2 hours to go, you'd suspect that's 40 minutes on the 3 stints remaining here. And that fits quite nicely for an LMP2.
It does fit very nicely for an LMP2, almost perfectly, as that clock has now ticked down, and the hours now begin with a 1. Yes, we're getting closer to the finale of this race. Still 1.2 seconds in the battle for the lead. Christopher Koenig still ahead of Burst Esports' Demian Skrovron, and the gap to NeedRacing.com just under 10 seconds. Race Clutch now close to within under 25 from these leaders, and further back from that, Martin Mergley for Winchip Racing is not far away either. It's still so close, it could go anyway. I would still say that the top 5 will have a chance of winning this one. Yep, I completely agree. There is pretty much everyone who's still within 30 seconds or so, maybe even 45 seconds or so of the leader of the respective classes, still has a chance of winning this race. This Simracing car, as you're having a look, Christopher Koenig currently in the lead, but 1.1 seconds back to that number 4 car. The Skrovron still has that pace. He does. And carried over from last season, of course, where he was strong, and he's developing into a better driver with every season as well. He's still a fairly young driver on the books of Burst Esport, is Demian Skrovron. Only really started to race with them a lot during last year, during 2021. And he's really starting to develop and get stronger and stronger as they go along as well. He's still in the car right now. Just under a second is the gap. Christopher Koenig has been closed in on 6 tenths now. Is the gap between 1 and 2. Down on the brakes they'll go. Koenig will put another car between himself and Skrovron though. The pole tries to make sure that doesn't happen, but it's inevitable. And once again, Simfree will hold on to the lead, and they'll get help assistance from the traffic. Yeah, some assistance there needed for Koenig in order to keep that gap, but 6 tenths of a second now, it appears it's almost inevitable. Well, I would say it's almost inevitable. You never know what's going to happen in endurance racing. But here we go through the left and the right of chicane number 2.
Guys, 2 hours to go in this race.
And I think Koenig must be getting a little bit afraid, seeing that Skrovron get bigger and bigger in that rearview mirror with every lap that passes. He is. And that will be a worry to the Simframe team, you would imagine. Still 20 seconds back to Race Clutch as well, of course. Into Ascari they go. Koenig still out front. And I wonder whether there's going to be a driver change or soon, because Koenig has been at the wheel for quite some time now for Simframe. Of course, a team that's been so successful over recent seasons. Koenig didn't start this race, but he has been at the wheel for a while now. Luca Vukes is the only driver that we've not seen today. Patrick Schindler has been in earlier on today for Simframe Esports. Of course, such a successful team in the world of the Virtual Endurance Championship. They were going for 3 in a row last season.
going to become the first team to, or since Deuce's Motorsport Club anyway, to win titles in 3 different categories, but they weren't quite able to do it. At the end of the season, they were second by just 25 points. They'll be looking to avenge that defeat by Race Cuts, but it looks like it's going to be a very competitive season with LeagueRacing.com now joining the fray up front, and also Burst Esport back to their best as well. And of course, I know they're not had a particularly good day today, but reigning LMP2 champions Go Team Racing will be looking to get in amongst it as well in the championship.
Yes, lots of good fights to be looking forward to the remainder of this race, and no doubt throughout the entire season as well. Accelerating hard here out of the second Lesmo, then down and up through this dip underneath the pedestrian bridge, and this GT car using as much of the slipstream as possible of the car ahead. They're going through a scary now. Well, a little bit of oversteer actually there on the direction change, it looked like.
It certainly felt like that from the onboard. Got a very reflective bonnet here, haven't we? Reflecting all of the sunlight back up into the air. Quite a lot of chrome liveries actually this season. I think the Gold Racing Esport LMP2 is fairly chrome as well, which is a little bit odd to look at sometimes, but anyway, I don't mind it. It's hopefully going to serve them well over the course of the season. Make their way down the home straight now. The leaders in GT3, or some of them anyway. I think this is the fight for 4th place maybe on the screens at the moment. The 66 BMW. Well, no, I think it's lied to me because they're a long way further back than that, a couple of laps down at the moment. But anyway, it's battles for 14th. That's why not 4th for Visceral Esports. There they are. But yes, the battle for the lead is getting a lot closer in the overall standings. Koenig still in front of Skrovron, but Skrovron's just not getting anywhere, and they're not too far away from the pit stops now either. So I wonder whether Skrovron's going to be desperate to get through, or whether he's going to wait.
They're so close now, these 2 cars, aren't they? Kianik in that number 2 car.
Yeah, Simracing still in front, and got a yellow flag in sector 3. Indeed. So, well, I don't know who that was for because it's disappeared fairly quickly, but we've seen a thankfully clean race for a lot of this one so far. I know some people are going to disagree with me with that because if fuel car's been into an issue, then I guess you wouldn't agree. But for the most part, we've seen everybody get through the opening moments of this one, and I still think we've got all 49 involved here in the fight, which is absolutely fantastic for everyone to see. But further up front, Burst Esport getting very close to the lead. They don't go through on this occasion, but they're certainly threatening now.
Threatening is the correct term, having still look at this battle for 13th in the GT class. Alice Plava, who were, well, we're used to seeing a lot further up these standings.
We are a little bit for Visceral. We're of course part of the LMP2 standings last season, but did have a couple of GTEs as well in lower categories. They did start in Division 1, but actually ended up in Division 2 in the end, or at least one of theirs didn't, and then they had another that started and finished in Division 2 in the GTE. So they're moving up to Division 1. Now they've got a car in 2 categories. The 73 Deuce's Motorsport Club car, I think, is trying to get through on them here, and this is a bit of a voyage of recovery, if you like, for Deuces. They were champions last season, but it's not been a good opening race for them this season.
It's not gone well for them this season. Well, so far, well, we say so far, 1 race in. Let's remember, we still, of course, have 8 more races after this. And here we go. This is the battle for the lead. Skrovron right there behind that number 2 car.
Here we go. In the slipstream, is there going to be a move on the way in towards turn 1? As Simracing have held on to this lead for quite some time, but is that reign coming to an end? Not this time. Skrovron breaks early, and he waits once again.
Yeah, wait once more. We have seen how much pace this number 4 car has, but as you said, waiting for one more time through the Curva Grande, this long right-hander, and yeah, a little bit too far back for coming into the second chicane. I think a lot shorter braking zone here when compared to the first, and indeed not making a move this time round. Now coming through the two Lesmos, and really the next step, the next opportunity might be the Parabolica. Of course, we saw this number 4 car take the lead over from number 1 coming into Parabolica about 45 minutes ago.
We did. We've seen plenty of changes for the lead so far in this race, and we could be on the cusp of another one here. Up in towards Ascari. Skrovron has to take a bit of a tighter line as a result of the traffic, and will just once again frustratingly be pushed back. I think Koenig is doing a good job here of holding on to the lead. He's sort of holding Skrovron at arm's length and making sure that he can't threaten really at all. But now, in towards the Parabolica, there may well be another chance in towards turn 1. We've said that many times before, but he is closer this time than he has been many times before.
Here we go, coming up towards turn number 1 yet again. Going to have to go around the outside of the number 2 into the chicane. It's going to be the last of the late breakers. They're both pretty much side by side, coming into the right-hander, then coming to the left. Number 4 car has the advantage, can get the throttle on a little bit early, and there might be a little bit of contact there on exit.
There was a bit more as well.
For Holland in number 2.
It is the Simracing for Holland car getting involved and backs out of it immediately after getting into a bit of contact there. Now Koenig will look to respond in towards the second chicane. It's not going to happen into the De La Roggia this time. So Burst Esport take the lead of the 6 Hours of Monza. Damien Skrovron finally has made his move. It took a very long time, but it has been executed finally. Koenig's not going to let him go easily, but you'd imagine Skrovron now will be able to just push home this advantage and maybe bring this to the next pit stop phase.
Yeah, we've seen how fast that number 4 car is. Here we go at a replay. This is Pablo Allen in the virtual drivers by TX3. Getting a little bit too much oversteer. And that's a tire gone. That's likely race over.
Well, virtual drivers by TX3 have not had a good race, unfortunately. Not in LMP2. They're in 6th in Hypercar, which is a decent run for them so far, but unfortunately that may be the end of their day in LMP2. Let's see, are they looking to come back again? They're currently 9 laps down on their class leader. I wonder whether they're going to be out of this one at this stage. It is indeed a DNF, yep. So first DNF for the season. I know we had the Seawolf Hypercar hoping to start this race, but ended up DNSing. That's the first DNF after more than 4 hours. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive. It's apparently there for even off. I imagine that would be for track limits.
Speeding. He's just come out the pit lane now, I think.
Speeding, okay.
So it's as you said earlier on, it's a fairly difficult pit lane to do because obviously, as you said earlier, you're in the middle of a straight. But even so, I mean, at this level, surely you've got to be slowing down enough for the speed limit and abiding by that, because it's something you can practice. It's not a surprise at Monza. Everybody knows this circuit well. It's not an unusual. There's not an unusual chicane on the way in like there is at some circuits. You know, it's a silly mistake to make, really.
Yes, it kind of is, especially at this level, because these are some of the best drivers in the world, and some drivers, I should say, in the world. And yes, Ivanov will probably come in next time by, I would say, serve that penalty immediately and just get it out of the way. At least that's what I would do if I were them. Having a look in the having a look in the battles, we've got this almost three-way battle in the LMP2 class. What was going to be 5th, 6th and 7th, Andrea Martino, Tobias Blumschein and Charlie Rigo. You've got about 4 seconds covering the 3 cars, though.
we have, as we start the penultimate stops now in the Vanwall category, the hypercar category. I should call it the Vanwall category, hypercar category. Simracing are the first to blink, and they're going to be in a little bit of trouble for fuel. I hope that they're going to be able to make it on one more stop, but it's going to be 2 full stints from here pretty much if they want to do 6 stops throughout the day. I think that's a noticeable difference in the hypercar era so far that we've seen. It is the longer fuel stints, especially in real life. I mean, they've been touching on an hour at some circuits, have the hypercars, and that's a notable difference to even the LMP1 days where they used to go 50 minutes. Certainly the DPI days where they were going, 45, maybe less over the course of a stint. These hypercars can go probably the longest on fuel we've seen from a prototype for quite some time.
Indeed, as you said, it's always it's a little disconcerting. Well, not disconcerting. That's probably not the right word. We'll usually see like what 40-45 minutes from these top class prototypes. To be able to go pretty much 55 is bringing just a new dimension to the strategy for these teams.
We've
something
got
else to learn with these new cars. Yeah,
we've got a couple of cars out here. So Andrea Martino and Yumi Nisela are both out. Martino is part of the Arms Cyber team, and it's James Zuber who's out, actually, not Nisela. They've changed driver, of course, but both of them DNF from the race. Now, are there any more around, or are they the only... Yeah, they are. So it's not a mass disconnection, which I did fear for a moment, but the two of them are both disconnected at the same time. Zuber and Martino are not from the same country, which sometimes happens when everybody from one country just detonates. That's not happened, but we have seen a couple of key DNFs there in the top 10s of 2 of our categories.
This is true, and kind of surprising. It happened to 2 cars that have been pretty much up there the entire time. But yes, Tobias Blumschein came into the pits. I think he came back out 26 seconds back to 4th position now. So they're just going to have to wait, as you said earlier, for this pit stop phase to perhaps get some of that time back. But yes, seeing 2 cars that have been pretty strong throughout the entire race, DNF almost simultaneously, it's always a little bit jarring. But as you said, this maybe disconnections, but that means they can get back into the race, but they're going to lose a couple of laps in doing that.
Well, let's see. I think it was a disconnection for them actually, but there could have been a crash which saw them both lose wheels, as we saw with Virtual Drivers by GX3. They were out of the race as a result of that, but we'll find out whether Martino and Zuber make their way back out of the pit lane again and re-emerge. Tom Lartolo is still gaining time for Race Clutch here. I reckon he might have made his final tyre change of the day. He will certainly be going to the end in this car, I would imagine, for Race Clutch, and I wonder whether the reigning champions can kick off their title defence with a race victory in the first ever Hypercar Vanwall Virtual Endurance Championship race. Down in towards the second chicane goes Lotto, now just under 3 seconds behind from NeedRacing.com, who are currently ahead of him.
This is a quick yellow there in section 3. We've lost. It was just a quick one, though. It doesn't look like. Well, it's the yellow back up again, so I'm wondering what's happening there in the last sector. I think this is from just at the exit of the Sky chicane, isn't it? Back from the start finish line.
Yeah, maybe even just before, actually. I think the whole of chicane is included, maybe. We're about to go through it now with Lartolo, and clearly the obstruction, whatever it is, has gone. Andrea Martino confirming to us that it was a connection loss for him, so he drops out, and hopefully they can get back out there again for Arm Cyber, but the damage is done really as far as their race is concerned. They were on the fringes of the top 5, they were comfortably in the top 10, and it's not worked out for them at all. They're way back now, and they're going to struggle to get back to the top 10.
Yeah, they're really going to need a lot of help, and a lot of assistance from other cars. It's probably not going to happen.
We wouldn't imagine so. Tom Lartolo closes on needracing.com then. With 100 minutes to go, just about, we've got Race Clutch versus needracing.com for second place. Then 9 seconds up to Burst Esport and Simframe to slot in here somewhere as well. But where they're going to be, it remains a mystery for now. In towards Lesmo 1, there will be a problem for Philip Drace, who's in that second place car. He'll get stuck behind the LMP2, maybe the GT3 as well, and now they're right together.
Yeah, it's really there's nothing you can do really when you get stuck behind slower classes like that. 3 wide almost, coming up towards Ascari. But let's you, as you said there, trying to make that move. Drace, as you said, ahead in but 2 tenths of a second. Perhaps later you can get this slipstream coming down into Parabolica.
Oh, he'll look to the outside. It's the red and black of Race Clutch we're looking for here on the outside, as opposed to the red and a little bit of black from needracing.com. Wow, that's a slide and a save from Drace, and then Lotlo has to do the same. Drace flashes the lights, they both squeeze towards the pit lane. Lotlo defends the inside line. This will become the battle for the lead, and it's high charge now as well, because Drace is not pleased. He flashed the lights again there, and now he pulls to the outside on the way towards the first chicane. He'll try and brake later, he'll have to see off Lotlo. He's going to be pushed out wide, and Race Clutch will be back in the lead again, but Philip Drace is clearly not happy about that.
Yeah, very, very clearly not happy. There was some tough racing there, maybe contact at a couple of points as well. As we've got these constant yellows in Sector 2, I'm wondering if there's been an incident somewhere. It looks like, no, that seems to be okay. I'm not exactly sure what those yellows in Sector 2 might have been for, but yes, as you said, Drace not happy because maybe there's a little bit of contact there between the Race Clutch and Trace's car.
I think he got squeezed a little bit, did Drace, but I think I think it was just hard racing in the end, really. But there we are. I mean, it doesn't matter too much now. Lotlo is a lot quicker, and he will look to drive away, of course, now. So further back, Roland Zooks is in the Go Team Racing car. Patrick Schindler is back in the Simframe car. There he is. So he's chasing one of the Go Team cars, and I'm wondering where Burst Esport are going to come out in relation to them. That's why I mentioned them. Burst are already moving, though. Demian Skrovron is already back going again, so he's quite comfortably in front of Simframe, and that's, I think, a bit of a bigger gap than it was before those pit stops, I think.
We have to wait for these timings to refresh a little. The gap between, let's look for it, is like correct tab. There we go, fantastic, done. Skrovron and that Simframe car, I make that about 10 seconds or so, the gap, actually.
Yes. 7.3 plus 1.6, maybe a little bit less, but yes, yeah. it's around there for those two. Skrovron should be able to hold on to that, though. The real interest for me is where Race Clutch and needracing.com are going to be in relation to them, and also, of course, we've got the Winchik Racing car to figure out, although they are 13 seconds behind the leading two, now maybe slipping out of contention, but still anything can happen over the last 90 minutes.
Yeah, and Monza can be so unpredictable, especially with now, 46 cars on track. There's still a lot of cars out there for there to be incidents with. Skrovron 25 seconds back from the next car up. As you said, this is kind of the quasi-lead of the race.
Well, I'll be careful saying that, because we don't know quite, but yeah, I'll go along with that for the moment. Simracing for Holland just in front of Burst here, by the way. It's still so busy, isn't it, out there on the circuit? It really is. We've got one confirmed retirement.
So guys, very sorry for close to no communication last hour.
We are going to
lots
see
of strategy
a
talk
re-emergence,
is
and we have seen a
going on,
re-emergence
and we've
already
determined
on
to set
Cyber and
ourselves
also
for
Satellite
strat.
Racing. So those two
Now
disconnections, I believe,
racing to
have
the end,
both
1 hour
seen them back
36
out
minutes,
onto the
and then
again,
we will jump straight to Formula 1
retirements confirmed from that race, and now they're slipping through the GT3 overall,
where we are going to race in the Creator Series tonight.
No points for them today.
So yeah, you might
imagine.
find me
But
sitting
that still
in
leaves
the
48
chair,
of them out
driving
there on
a
the
little
circuit,
bit
and it
here.
really does feel like that.
In a moment. Again, this
Yeah,
is not
essentially with
rFactor.
any
This
given
is
camera shot, you have
than
about
me
5 cars in it, don't you?
driving.
It's,
Perhaps
it's
not. Depends on
absolutely
how good
incredible how
this
many
race
cars
is
that
going
are
to
still
be.
out there on circuit
Which
and
means
how
it puts me
busy
to a last
the
to first
circuit
challenge kind of in the
still
Creator Series,
is.
but with
Having a look
safety
at
cars on the
Luther's around
line,
there for
there
fifth
is the chance
position
of things
in the
happening anyway.
LMP2 class.
So yeah,
Brilliant.
that is the
This
situation.
will be
Anyway, I
Charlie
appreciate you
Rigo
guys
and
are still
Tobias
around with
Blumschein.
us. I
Charlie
hope
Rigo
that
here
you
in
are
that number
enjoying this
30
stream
on
for
off
the moment,
racing
as
car,
we have an hour
and I
35 to
believe
go,
that
so
car is the car directly
75% mark
ahead
reached.
that Rigo is chasing down.
If you appreciate the stream, guys, please have a follow,
It's the
please
first time
have
we've
a
seen
subscription
Charlie Rigo
on
today,
YouTube,
actually.
on Twitch.
He's now looking
Pick
for
up
this top
these
5. Of course,
channel
quite spaced
metrics
out in
and
LMP2, actually.
support the
Team
stream
Irish were
would be
leading earlier,
massively,
but now they're
massively
18 seconds
appreciated.
behind Gold Racing
So
Esports.
again,
It's all going to come
tonight,
down to that final stop. Where are they going to come out?
after this
You bet that it's
particular
going to be
race,
close after those final
F1
stops as well, but
Creator
difficult to work out
Series
from this stage quite
at
who's where.
Monza again.
18 seconds suggests a tyre change perhaps for the Iris car, but not
So
for
I
the
hear
Gold car.
some bonks.
Maybe,
So
but what I mean is that have they all made their final tyre changes? Will there be another one for Gold before the end, and they have to come through the field and maybe do an overtake in the final stint? You know, that's the kind of dream, exciting situation we're thinking of. But is that actually reality? I'm not entirely sure. For the most part, it's been either double or triple stints for these LMP2s. It just kind of depends where you are with that at this stage in the race, because everybody's kind of made their bed in terms of strategy. Now they're just seeing it through.
Yeah, really, your strategy is set now. You can't deviate it, especially, as you said, because a lot of these cars only have one stop to go. So perhaps decide to put an extra set of tyres on. 3 wide there directly ahead, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the race leader going through on the Blumschein was one of them, and a lapped LMP2. Was it the recovering arms car? No, I don't think so. But it was 3 wide through the middle for the race clutch entry of Tom McLartulo. Still waiting for a pit stop from them, by the way. And that's an interesting point for race clutch. Their final stop in terms of fuel may be a little bit shorter, because they are going longer than the likes of Burston, especially Simracing, who have got some very long final stints coming up.
They might have to do some fuel saving, but where can you really fuel save at Monza?
I guess big lifting off on the way into the chicanes, but...
Yeah, lifting off into the braking zones, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's not an easy circuit to do it. Although, to be fair, over the course of the entire race, you could have been doing a lot in traffic, especially.
That's also true, yeah.
We've seen the way that these stack-ups have gone in towards the chicane. Sometimes, you know, you're going really below racing speed, and if you instead of having to brake halfway around the corner and getting surprised by those in front of you, you know, just preempt that a little bit, lift off on the way in, and then you can have a smoother run through and save a bit of fuel that way. But I think it's a bit late for saving loads of fuel. If Simracing need a lap, then they might be able to get it. But if they need something more significant than that, then they've left it too late.
I would agree with your analysis there. Tobias Blumschein 29 seconds back from the Hyperion car, but that is not Blumschein's main concern. It's Rico behind, but Rico's fallen back slightly, 1.5 seconds, because of all of this traffic.
Yes, and it really is a lot. You see, there's 4 cars between them, despite they're only a second apart. There's 4 cars between them, 1 LMP2, a couple of Vanwalls, a McLaren GT3, now a Mercedes as well. This is remarkable.
Hi.
It's about 10 cars in shot there as they're coming down towards Parabolica. Rico's going to be half speed, bolting a bit behind this Mercedes, but goes up the inside. I don't think there was that much time lost there.
Yep, they are on
more time lost overall, 2.1 seconds now, that gap for Blumschein. As they're coming across the start-finish line once again, and they're really too far back to gain any slipstream from any car.
Yeah. For once. NeedRacing.com into the pit lane, by the way, as there's a big dive down the inside there for someone on Visceral, actually. It's one of the LMP2s a bit further back, but we're on board with Charlie Rigo as he tries to chase down the Visceral Esports LMP2 just in front with 90 minutes remaining. Around the Curva Grande, he goes right now, trying to catch up that car for a top 5 position. Down on the brakes in towards the second chicane. He goes now. Through as well, not too much over the curves actually. They don't like it too much, but the prototypes the prototypes don't like it too much, but you can get away with a little bit more than maybe you would think at Monza. Now through the two Lesmos and out onto the next straight towards Ascari now. Rigo not really getting any closer actually here. They seem pretty evenly matched, and the gap is only changing when traffic interferes.
Oh, when traffic interferes, I like I use the term when and not if that time round. As Damien Scoffron, have a look, 3rd and 4th in the hypercars are in the pits, which vaults that number 4 car up into that podium position. Philip Trace and that NeedRace.com car still stationary for what will be its penultimate stop by the looks of that timing column. And then perhaps a final tyre change there. 90 seconds to the gap, and you can see Patrick Schindler in that Simracing eSports car. Once the timing sorts itself out a little bit, we'll see the gap between Scoffron and that car. And it looks like it's about 14 seconds now, maybe even 15.
Christian Mikel is into the car as well for NeedRacing.com. Was a very important part of their run to second in the championship in GTE last season, as he tries to search for his second Virtual Endurance Championship title. He won back in season 7, which is now 9 years ago. So he'd very much like another one to add to that in the very first hypercar class in the Virtual Endurance Championship. I don't know if we can say that properly, because we did have the McLaren Senna, didn't we? But this is a very different car, the Vanwall, to the McLaren Senna that we had back in season 12 and the first half of 13 as well. But NeedRacing.com have got a lot of work to do here. Mikel will have the new tyres, of course, to try and close that gap, but it may not be enough. It may still be difficult. I think a top 5 definitely for NeedRacing.com. A podium, I'm not so sure.
That might be just slightly out of the question for now. I mean, look, what's that gap? About 25 seconds or so up to 3rd position? And, you know, some very, very tough teams in order to pass, in order to get up to that 3rd position. So I think podium, you might be right there. You might be out of the question for Christian Michel and that NeedRacing.com car.
So Race Clutch still lead. Tom Lartelo goes over for another lap, and his final stop here in terms of field is going to be pretty short compared to the others, or shorter than the others anyway. Simfreams will be the longest, followed by Burst, then NeedRacing.com's. Race Clutch and Winchik Racing still have yet to make their stops, and so it's going to be shorter stops for the both of them as the sun begins to set a little bit here in Monza. You can see this. It's not going to get dark today, I don't think, but we do have to get into the evening time here in these races. That's very much been the time of that's very much been the condition we've ended this race under in the last 2 seasons. We've done this one, which of course has been the opening round of the Virtual Endurance Championship for the previous 2 seasons in a row, replacing the traditional Silverstone opener, which we had
DNA.
For a couple of seasons. Then it was Indianapolis before that for a few seasons in a row. And then we were Silverstone back before that, and yeah, it's been it's Silverstone and Indianapolis basically between before the Monza starting to the season that we've had now for 3 seasons in a row. But based on previous history, the next opening to a Virtual Endurance Championship season will not be Monza, because we've never had the same place host 4 in a row, I don't believe.
Well, there's Jimmy Allison getting his pen and paper out.
Yes. We did start season 4 back at this circuit, by the way. It was a very long time ago, but then didn't do it ever again for about 10 years. So there you are, a bit of a statistic for you there. But anyway, Jimmy Allison will look to either prove me wrong by making it 4 in a row next season, or make sure that trend continues. We'll wait and see, of course. But it's a good place to start the season, I think. Obviously, everyone gets very scared about the first chicane of a new season when it's at Monza. But I mean, in terms of the race overall, I mean, it's a good place to start.
Yeah, a nice fast circuit to begin this season with. And here's a battle for 9th position in the LMP2 class. Luigi Rosso in that number 47 car, trying to chase down Victor Ivanov in that Netrix 27 car. 1.5 seconds separate them. You can see that green and black LMP2 in the foreground. I believe that is the green, black and white one, I should say, rather, is who Russo is trying to chase down.
So this is further back in LMP2, of course. Go Team Racing looking to defend their title in LMP2. Gone for 2 hypercars and just 1 LMP2 is what they've decided to go for in terms of a title defence here. And it makes sense for them to move up, I suppose, to hypercars, doesn't it? After so much success in LMP2. It was actually a relatively dominant season from them last season. They eventually got their first VEC win back at round 3. They were able to add to it with a second win a few races from the end, but they never finished outside the top 5 over the course of the season, and that gave them a 31-point championship win over Simracing Esports, who were looking for that 3 in a row. And it makes sense for them to move up to the top category and aim for an overall title in the VEC here for season 16.
Indeed, and you know, as you said, not finishing at the top 5, it's going to be very difficult for them to finish in the top 5 today, isn't it? Perhaps too much of an ask there. 1.7 seconds back is Russo, so perhaps the 47 car not quite got the pace over the 27 as it stands. However, the 27 is trying to chase down that number 31 for that final position on that column you can see there on the left.
Yep. Side by side
Here
here.
we go, yeah.
Here we go. 8th place. Ivanov makes the dive, and it will be 8th place for Victor Ivanov here, just ahead of Pedro Ramada, who previously held that place, although I thought he was going to completely troll him by coming straight into the pit lane. He doesn't. He stays out, but should be able to hold on to that now. Ramada was a bit wide at Parabolica, although there will be a big slipstream here and a long front straight, of course, as well.
Let's see.
Will Ramada make a dive? No. Victor Ivanov will hold on to 8th.
Indeed, I think Ramada a little bit of space up the inside of Parabolica, accelerating out. So I think maybe this 27 cars a little bit of pace over that number 31. 11 seconds up to the next car though for Ivanov. So a little bit of a gap there for the next car to close.
We're getting towards the stage where we could see penultimate stops in LMP2, by the way, with about an hour 20 to go. As we see this battle in GT3, the leaders are in the overall lead of this race. The Hypercar class sees Race Clutch and Wintic Racing into the pit lane now, with Burst Esports set to take over, you would imagine, unless there is some kind of miracle. It's going to be a big chase in the final hour and 20 here for Race Clutch, who I think will make a tyre change here, and they'll look to chase down Burst Esports towards the end, or they won't take tyres here, and it'll be Burst chasing them instead.
We'll be close with a car ahead of us, currently also stationary in the pit road.
It's going to be a fun conclusion to the race, isn't it? It's going to be very, very fun. Having a look at this battle for 7th position, Veninger and Gandosi. We're having a look at Gandosi at the moment in that number 69 car, which this season is ran by Tomelli ERT. The 77 car is the Understeer United car, which we've talked about a couple of times so far. But this is Tomelli ERT car looking to gain that 7th position. This Mercedes with that incredibly long front end.
Yes, incredibly big front end as well. I suppose it needs to be fit the big engine in, but anyway, yes, it is a little bit of a bizarre look sometimes. It's good to have it on the grid though. I can't remember the last time we had a Mercedes in the VEC, to be honest, if ever. So it's good to see it here on the grid, and plenty of chances for a new manufacturer to take the GT title in the Virtual Endurance Championship as well. In two of the last 3 seasons, we've seen Ferrari take the title, and they've got another chance to manage that. We've seen BMW take one in the past, Porsche as well. Corvette have had 3 in the last 6 seasons as well, but obviously they won't be getting a title this season with the GT3. So there could be a chance for a new manufacturer to take the top of the standings. And at the moment, Black Hawk Racing are dominating their way through GT3 after the opening stint or 2. It was quite close, but ever since they've taken control of this race, and Aston Martin look like they're on their way to an opening day victory, although the gap's only 12 seconds to Thomas Enger Simracing. That has come down from the 30 seconds or so it was about 3 hours ago.
3 hours ago was a long time ago though, wasn't it? Yes, indeed. There's that prototype in the background getting a little bit wide out the first Lesmo. But Alexei Kutsak in that Blackhawk car in the lead of the GT3 class, 12 seconds the gap as it stands as the prototype sweeps around the outside. And Kutsak coming up towards Ascari yet again. But 12 seconds is a nice little gap to have, isn't it?
I'd rather it than being 12 seconds behind.
Indeed, this is true. This is true.
Yeah. So it still makes you nervous, but you'd rather be ahead than behind. It did come down to 11.5 as we've been talking. But Alexei Kutsak has got a rare bit of free track here on his own. No prototypes immediately behind him, and maybe he can just relax into a bit of a rhythm as a result as well. So Race Clutch have come out in the lead of the race overall. I think that's worth noting after the pit stops have been completed. Was expecting them to fall behind Burst, but that hasn't happened at all. They're 20 seconds out front. You'd imagine they're going to take the tyres to the end. Their final fuel stop's going to be shorter than Burst's. Maybe the reigning champions have played a masterclass and maybe they're on their way to a race win here.
Oh, again, you really don't know who's going to be ahead until that checkered flag falls. The Race Clutch car, as you said, out there in the lead by 20 seconds. That's a big car in second being the Winchick Racing Team car, who we think are on an alternate strategy. So really coming back to Damien Scotland, still in that number 4 Burst Esports car, 25 seconds the gap. Indeed, the last time Letter gained 0.8 of a second on Scotland.
Yeah. Well, I think Winchick Racing are on roughly the same strategy as Race Clutch now, actually. The gap remained the same over those pit stops. They pitted on the same lap as well. And they're both being chased now by Burst Esport. It's just a case that, and others, of course, it just depends how much closing Burst and the others can do with 1 hour and 20 still remaining. As I mentioned earlier, the LMP2s now will be on their way to the pits for the penultimate time very soon. The GT3s will be in the pit lane for the final time next, I think. But that's still a long way away because they can't even do 1 hour anymore. The fuel tanks have been slightly shrunk compared to standard, and that's providing a little bit more tactical interest for us over the course of this season, hopefully.
Hopefully, indeed, and might get some interesting strategies, especially when it comes to these 24-hour races, for example, at least the longer races, even next time around at Road Atlanta, and that's going to be very fun, especially coming through the S's, isn't it?
Yep. It's
going to be very, very fun.
The most technically challenging part of the circuit, you would say, or I would say anyway. But yeah, it's not a circuit with particular technical challenges with a look to the rest of the season, with the likes of Imola and Road Atlanta. They're very different circuits to this one, for example. But anyway, 2.5 seconds for Burst Esport now off the back of Winchick Racing. I'm hearing that they do have younger tyres at this stage, and that does make sense. I think the real question is, will Race Clutch or Winchick Racing change tyres at their final stop, or will they brave out the final half an hour on the ones they've already got?
Isn't that the $64,000 question? Indeed, it's going to be very interesting to see, and you can see that gap. We said it was 25 seconds not so long ago. Now down to 22 seconds to the leader.
Yes, it's closing all the while. It's going to be another one of those, as I said earlier on about 2 hours ago with Zach, it's going to be one of those races where you just have to watch until the end because you've got no idea who's really in the lead until the final pit stops. They all pop out onto the circuit again, and you've just got to kind of deal with where you are and try and move forward from where you are as well. But from a long way out, it's difficult to tell. And even with just over an hour to go, we don't really know where these strategies are actually putting people out. You know, are Burst going to have enough to catch up to the others? Are the others going to change tyres, and are they going to have to come back to Burst? You know, it's going to be a very, very, very interesting one, but an unpredictable one as well.
Oh, it's going to be so fun. 75 minutes to go. Oh, can Scotland close down those 22 seconds? I wonder. Has Race Clutch made their final tyre change as well? I have a feeling they might have at this point.
Something to work out over the course of the remainder here. So 1 hour 15 remaining. No battles up front really as Go Team Racing, by the way, come into pit lane. So they'll drop from the top 5, and it might well be 6th place for them, although it could also be a battle between themselves and Virtual Drives by TX3 for that 6th place. In LMP2, Gold Racing Esport are still leading the way by 12.5 seconds over Team Iris. Then it's Scuderia Ferrari, who are followed by Hyperion Esports. Now, I think Hyperion are on newer tyres because they're behind once again, but they're closing, and it's only 5 seconds behind now. Nevrex are actually closing on Visceral here. Oh, and it's side by side as well, is it, between the two of them? Oh, that's a bit rude. Visceral have pushed Netrex quite far out wide there, and they do hold on to 6th.
Yeah, that was not ideal there from for the Netrex car into the first Lesmo. But yes, going to have to try and well, see, regain that time. They didn't really lose any, did they? 0.3 of a second that gap. 0.2 of a second are coming through Ascari, and I have a feeling they might be side by side again, coming down towards the first chicane.
I think that might well happen as well. May even be before. They'll both dispatch of the satellite racing McLaren, though, and that will be very useful indeed, because Ivanov will have the chance now to get this run off the final turn and have a go, as you say. And it was a good run as well. It's a better line, a better exit, and surely this time Victor Ivanov is going to be able to make his way through on Tobias Blumschein, who was stern in his defence on the last lap, but surely he won't be able to do anything here. He tries to get the slipstream with the armed Simracing coming out the pit lane just up in front. They'll break lane 3 wide. It's very late from Shine, in fact, but Victor Ivanov will hold the inside line off the corner and should get the place, although it's a good defence once again from Blumschein, who's pushed right to the inside. It'll have the short to run around the Curva Grande. Through will go Simracing. That won't interrupt them too much, but maybe the Mercedes just in front of them will. Here we go in towards the second chicane all over again. They're both going to brake very late. Hopefully they don't get into the cars in front of them, because it's a possibility. Side by side they go. Victor Ivanov round the outside of the second part, and he makes his way through. A great battle between them, a physical one as well, but Netrex are up into the top 5.
Yeah, Blumschein skipped over that sausage curb on the inside of the chicane. That kind of almost forced that Netrex car of Ivanov into the gravel on the outside, but Ivanov holds onto the position, goes up into the top 5 for now, but this Visceral car is a little bit further back. I'd say maybe like 6 or 7 tenths back. I'm just going to get caught up behind this GT car coming through Ascari, I feel.
And that GT car in the middle of them may well just interrupt that battle now. So Victor Ivanov's place is now cemented at the front of the top 5 at least. So there he is in front of the others. Team Iris and Gold Racing Esport are both into the pit lane, by the way, as Burst Esport make their way through on Winchick Racing. Oh, it's close.
Oh,
I thought they were straight through. Not quite. Martin Mergley's trying to hold on.
I'm going to see something similar as we just saw with the LMP2s, I feel. Coming around the Curva Grande, this time Scoffron will have the inside line. Scoffron will have the shorter line along this long right-hander. They're going to be side by side. Well, I say that, no, Scoffron makes ahead. I've got those 2 cars mixed up. Scoffron in that number 4 car now has clear air, 20.4 seconds to make up. 72 minutes remaining.
Yes, so through goes Damien Scrovron. He may well be going to the end as well, because Richie Hoy did roughly the first half of the race. Scrovron going to roughly do the second half as well, although there are 7 stints, so you can never quite accurately change it up between the two of you, or equally do it that way. But anyway, Scrovron gets closed up behind a BMW, and Martin Mergley is going to have a good run off of Ascari here. Will he provide even more problems for Burst Esport on the way into the final corner here? Into the Parabolica? No, not quite. Oh, yes, maybe. He brakes very late. Well, no, that's quite a dive. I wasn't expecting that, really, but Martin Mergley has gone for it again, and Damien Scrovron's overtake here is going to take a bit longer than maybe he anticipated.
Well, this time Scrovron's going to have to go around the outside of that first chicane. Oh, more contact coming up towards the braking zone. Just line contact between the two of them, though, braking hard. Scotland going around the outside, but this becomes
I'm
the
so
inside
done
for
with
the
this
second.
aggressive driving,
And
really.
more contact there. I have a feeling Scotland
I
just almost
can't.
turned across the
I
front
can't
of
deal
Merkel
with it.
in that,
What
blue
is it
chip
that
car. They're
people
essentially
are
double
unable
drafting
to
the
drive
Brandy.
straight
Oh,
on
here
a
we go
straight?
again. Outside line for Martin Mergley on the way in towards the De La Roggia. Scrodron squeezes
More
him this
contact.
time, and he squeezes him off
And
entirely.
more
Well,
contact.
Martin Mergley goes off across the corner. He'll take the place as a result as well, and he'll give it back. But to be honest, I don't think he was given any space there at all.
Yeah, I have a feeling I agree with you. There might not have been enough space there given for Merkel. Might get a replay of that one, but I have a
This isn't
feeling
Destruction
that's-
Derby, guys. Can we ease off hypercars, please?
Either
So,
way, like,
Jimmy Allison, race director, telling people that this is not Destruction Derby, which was a very fun PS1 game.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, I wasn't. I didn't have a PS1. I'll put it that way.
No, that's fine. That's
Anyway,
Yes.
yes. I mean, yeah, it's for me, Scrodron at fault in that particular instance, whichever one of those is more accurate to the sentence I'm trying to form here. He moves up to second place anyway. To Scrodron, I have a feeling he might get a penalty for it to serve at the start of the Road Atlanta race, but anyway, that's for him to worry about in a month's time. For now, he's going to push on.
That's future problem.
Exactly, and it might not even be him starting the car, so it might not be his problem at all.
It's true. It might not even be his.
It might not even be future him's problem, but future Michi Hoyer's problem, or someone else on that team. Whether Simracing is going to drive it round 2, I'm not entirely sure. But either way. By the way, if you're wondering where Colin Spork is today for Race Clutch, he's not driving today. He has his focus elsewhere in terms of his driving for the end of 2023 anyway, as we get towards the end of another Formula Sim Racing World Championship season, which he's in contention for, of course, with a few rounds to go, in fact more than a few, but he will be focusing there mostly, and then Virtual Endurance Championship season a little bit later on. But he'll be a useful asset to have for Race Clutch later on. For now, though, Tom Lartilo and Nick De Silva have been doing just fine for the reigning champions, and they lead by just over 20 seconds with just over an hour to go.
68 minutes to go here, and this Race Clutch car, letting you, appears to be equalising almost their pace with the burst car. 20 seconds that gap, and that gap's not coming down quick enough, I feel, for that number 4 car.
I don't think so. But still a long way to go, and anything can happen. So let's see. Gap at the front of LMP2, by the way, is a lot closer than before. Dennis Jordan's now only 2.5 seconds in front of Hyperion Esports, who are ahead of Team Iris, who are also ahead of Gold Racing Esport. Now, I'm not sure whether we're waiting for a stop from Ferrari or Hyperion here, but Dennis Jordan certainly is being caught, and it wouldn't be the first time a Dennis Jordan-driven car has done something unusual on strategy to try and win a race, I should say.
Yeah, this Dennis Jordan accelerating across the start-finish line, and yes, here we go, braking hard into the first chicane. It's BMW ahead. It was a little bit too far ahead to actually cause any problems to this Ferrari sports car, isn't it?
So Hyperion Esports do come in, and Ferrari will surely do the same as well. Their final fuel stops may be shorter than Team Iris and Gold Racing Esport, but they do still have to come in, and Ferrari will do as well. So Team Iris will be in the lead of this race. I can only assume that Martin Hemmingson has not taken tyres during that previous stop, and he's looking to go to the end on these, whereas Gold Racing Esport have, and they're looking to close down on them. Last lap for Hemmingson was 37.9, and for who's at the wheel now for Gold Racing Esport? Is it Darius Andre who's at the wheel? Oh, he's got an off track, so or a cut track, so it doesn't count, so we can't tell. But just over 20 seconds is the gap with just over an hour to go. It could be a nail-biting finish in LMP2 as well, considering these two will stop for fuel on the same lap towards the end, I think.
Sorry, just got me there while I was getting some water. So a third of a second a minute, roughly. So that translates into what, half a second a lap?
Well, my maths is not good enough to
Approximately.
do that. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think that's about right. And when you put it in that context, to be fair, it does feel like that's quite a lot of closing to be done here. Half a second, that's fairly significant, but with a little bit of luck and traffic, you never know.
Half a second a lap might be quite a big ask, but here we go. Martin Hemmingson we're having a look at. Second position in the LMP2's 27 seconds back. We'll need a little bit, we'll need to be even faster, I should say, rather, in order to close down those 27 seconds.
So the gap's so big that you won't even be able to see it in the background here. You won't be able to see the Gold Racing Esport car in the background there. Gap not really coming down for the overall lead either. It's only just dipped under 20 seconds. The gap certainly is coming down in GT3 though, isn't it?
James, very sorry to hear that.
He's being caught by
very sorry.
Now.
Yeah, 7.2 seconds. Kutzak's gap is now, it's what, 12 seconds when we talked about this last time? I think it was about 12 seconds.
Yeah, it was, but I don't remember the last time we talked about it. I think it was half an hour ago, maybe. So
that might have been, who knows?
It's yeah, who knows? We've been talking for a while, as people at home have probably noticed. Still in the lead then, Black Hawk Racing. Thomas Imborg coming in with an interesting.
Thank you, James.
YouTube
Shame
message.
to hear about your
it will
disconnect.
be an interesting end, I think.
Very
Giving
sorry to
absolutely
hear.
nothing away for Gold Racing Esport. But then again, why would he? Just sitting back and watching on. I guess there is a point where these LMP2 teams, especially in the top four, won't be giving anything away, but also a point of actually maybe they actually don't know where they're going to finish at the end here. It could come down to a battle that they don't know which way that battle will go.
When it comes down to something, for example, race clutch and burst, that might be very interesting coming towards the end of the race as well, because as you said, you might actually come through with, what, 10 minutes to go, but you just never know what's going to happen in that final battle.
Yes, it could go either way. So I think we're going to get a very similar race to what we did 2 seasons ago. We spoke about it earlier. A last lap change in GTE. Maybe it's not going to be quite that dramatic, but all 3 classes were had gaps under 10 seconds on the way out of the pit stops for the final time. It was just over 6 seconds at the line for LMP2, 2.2 seconds in DPI, the top class at the time. That's been replaced by Hypercar for this season, of course, in the VEC. And GT3, or GTE was settled on the last lap, as I said, now replaced by GT3 here for this season. Are we going to replicate that? Are we going to go even better? Well, who knows? Darius Andre still closing on Martin Hemmingson here, and I believe there's a couple of team changes here. Darius Andre on board with Gold Racing Esport now after being at Visceral Esport for quite some time, and Martin Hemmingson has been a driver for multiple teams actually, but now at Team Iris as one of the McLarens recovers from an incident at Lesmo 1.
Yeah, it looks probably, as you just said, recovering, probably just getting a little bit backwards in the gravel there. There's Andre in this gold car, 19 seconds now, so that gap I feel is also coming down towards the Iris car, isn't it? I'm feeling that's also coming down.
Yes, it is. It was 20, now 18.7, so it's very much running to the half a second lap schedule that you were predicting, and maybe even ahead of schedule actually for Gold Racing Esport.
Yeah. Very, very interesting what's going to happen towards the end of this race. The Gold Racing Esports car goes up the inside of a GT3 car before coming across the start-finish line. Yet again, 18 seconds. The gap to that Team Iris car in second, and a few more important for that LMP2 championship.
So not many pit stops happening out there, so I want to give you a bit of a run through of the order as things stand with 1 hour to go in the 6 Hours of Monza here this evening, the opening round of the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16. It's Race Club 2 are leading the way from Burst Esport. Winchick Racing still in third, but being closed on by Simracing and NeedRacing.com, who round out the top 5. Then it's the first of the Go Team Racing cars in 6th, and a Virtual Drivers by TX3. Another lap back to the number 7 Go Team Racing car, and another few back, or another one back after that, to Simracing for Holland, who round out the 9 hypercar teams that started the race. Seawolf Net Race attempted to start, but were not able to, unfortunately, start this opening round of the season. In LMP2, we're still waiting for a stop from Scuderia Ferrari Esports, but they are leading the way ahead of Team RS, who are being caught by Gold Rating Esport. Hyperion Esports are
Coffee Cooker Dennis Jordan is driving Picasso away for a pit stop till the race finish.
To round out the top
Don Marcotto, thank you for the follow.
Who's currently at the wheel.
Channel 18
there, by the way,
I'm sorry
Go Team Racing in their title defence
missing the
currently in 9th position.
Yeah, the opportunity
just
to
ahead
shout out.
Of
Anyway,
Netbrex,
so guys, if you appreciate the stream, if you appreciate what you see in here, sadly, I would love to give you the onboard, but as per the rules, I'm not able to give you guys the onboard of our car. So, therefore, please consider this the best that I can give to you if you appreciate it still.
On him there, and you'll be able to get a view of
Please have a follow on Twitch, subscribers on the YouTube channel. Help us grow this community. Once again, reminder, we're trying to get 7,500 YouTube subscribers overall. We're lacking 12 to achieve this number. I currently have 7,488. So guys, if you appreciate us, if you appreciate this channel, please express that with a subscription on our YouTube channel, with a follow on Twitch.
Is
and
next,
growing that community.
And then we've got the 72 car of RKT competition in 9th, followed by Paulie Ahanen for Satellite Racing, who are recovering from incidents and a disconnection, rounding out the top 10. So that's the top 10 in the 3 categories. Still, though, we're not sure as to who's going to win in any of them, really. It's still very unpredictable as we enter the final hour of this race.
Indeed, the hour part of the timer has disappeared. It's now only minutes. But Alexei Kutsak, that gap is still coming down, isn't it? No doubt Kutsak will be looking in the corner of the screen and seeing that differential decreasing and decreasing.
Coming down all the while. But when is this final stop going to be made? I think the window for GT3s is actually going to be fairly narrow, because of the way that the fuel tank is a little bit smaller this season than it is in a regular GT3 car. It's opened up the strategy options. If we had a code 80 during this race, it really would have blown it wide open, but that's not going to happen, really. Well, it's not going to blow the strategy open. It doesn't mean there won't be a code 80, but we haven't had one so far this season. Still just over 6 seconds between 1 and 2 in GT3. But a way to go until the pit stops, and Blackhawk Racing could be on their way to a win here this season. They weren't able to get one during last season. They were second at the 5th round of the championship, but that's as close as they got. They still had some time away from the top step of the podium. Maybe today will be their day as their search goes on for their first ever Virtual Endurance Championship title.
Long way to go until the title. You don't really have one hand in it until you're about 6 hours from the end of Le Mans. So, yes, Alexei Kutsak, we're still having a look at 6.2 seconds. That gap appears to have stabilised a little bit. Another gap that appears to have stabilised a little bit is that gap for the overall lead of the race between Race Clutch and Burst. 18.7 seconds, and it's kind of stayed there for about 5 or 10 minutes.
It has. Now Tom Lartalou still leading, and he's stemming the tide here quite well. Now, if we were in the Race Clutch strategy box, if you like, at this stage in the race, or if I was anyway, I would be telling Lartalou not to change tyres here, because in all honesty, Burst Esport are probably not going to. If they did change tyres, they would lose the place and have to do an overtake in the final stint. And these old tyres for Lartalou are still looking pretty good.
I'd say so. Still putting in good lap times indeed, if I find the correct tab again. here we go. Looking for this one. Last time round was what, a 34.7, I think, for Letter U. And that's about comparable with everyone else. A 34.5 for Scotland, 34.4 for Mergley in third, 34.0 for Schindler in fourth in that number 2 car, and a 34.1 for the number 19 Meat Racing car, Christian Michel. Yeah, I'd say those tires are still holding up well.
Do you really want to risk the potential peril of having an overtake to make in the final stint of the race? I think Larchalou would get there, and maybe you'd put money on him getting through there, but do you really want the inaccuracies, the oddities of a battle to throw into the mix in the final half hour? If you can avoid it, I would suggest doing it. If you can win this one without having to make another overtake today, Tam Larchalou, it would be ideal for Raceclutch, but still a long way to go until then. Still 55 minutes remaining, and of course not a single car in the field can pit and make it to the end from here, which is a bizarre thing, even for the GT3s.
Which is very interesting, because normally with the GT cars we see an hour, historically we've seen an hour, but of course some changes with these new cars, as we've been saying throughout the entire race, new GT3 cars, and of course because Monza is such a flat-out circuit, that fuel's not going to last as long.
Lauren Kiersmakers has come into the YouTube chat to say the pit crew has noted my suggestion. I suggest you don't, but and also don't blame me if it goes wrong. But anyway.
Nope, they will.
He's maybe chuckle anyway. We'll see what they do. I'm sure they're pretty decided on what they were going to do anyway at this stage. But very much looking forward to seeing who changes tyres at the end here, if anybody. I mean, it wouldn't really make much sense for anybody to change tyres inside the top 5, in my opinion, because the final stint is not going to be a full stint. It's going to be somewhere between half an hour and 50 minutes. And if you change tyres, you're not really getting the full benefit of them. You know, I know there's 7 stints in this race, and that means you do get an odd one stint somewhere. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't change tyres if I was any of the drivers in the hypercar category at the moment, because it's you're not really getting the full benefit from a tyre change, really.
A quick yellow there in the final sector. I'm wondering who that might have been for. I can't see anyone low in that final sector at the moment, so maybe just a quick spin for someone through Ascari. Yes, let you look at that, 17.8 seconds. Having a look at the last time round, I actually don't think Scotland's came across the start-finish line yet, so we can't exactly say what the last lap time was. Indeed, Scotland is just coming out of Parabolica. I know, just coming through the first chicane. The live time was a little bit slow, so last time round, Scotland gained 9/10 of a second in Letter U.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a fun end to this race, isn't it?
It is. Very much looking forward to this. Still extending the gap back to third is Scotland, by the way, and on that lap, Martin Mergley was caught. He did a 34.9 on that last lap, which was a second slower than Patrick Schindler in fourth, and 8/10 slower than Christian Michel in fifth. So, Winchick Racing, I think, are going to struggle to hold on to that podium. Now, that graphic suggested that Mergley was 2/10 slower than Scotland on that lap, which, that would stand up, actually. I don't think Mergley had come across the line when you said that, actually. And so the lap times were a bit skewed. But he did still lose time, and I think that point still stands, really, doesn't it? Mergley's losing time here to Scotland, and it's not too much of a surprise.
7 seconds to get between Mergley and Scotland. They appear to be actually keeping up pace to the Winchick car for now, doesn't it? It was about 15 minutes ago or so, I think, the overtake happened between Scotland and Mergley, but that gap's kind of almost stabilised at 7 seconds or so, because when that overtake happened, and I should say also, the gap between Raceclutch and Winchick is also stabilised, because when that overtake happened, it was about 22-24 seconds between the race leader and Scotland at that point, and that gap's still about 25 seconds now. So really, I think this Winchick car is keeping up pace with the leader, which is also very good through over 5 hours racing.
It is. Arda Erkan is closing quite considerably on the first of the Go Team racing cars, currently being driven by Remy Delorme right now. That's the number 17. He's caught in a woeful bit of traffic here, is Erkan, actually, but he is closing quite considerably. Last lap, gained 2 seconds on Delorme for 6th place. Oh, and he squeezes through 3 wide. How many times have we seen that so far today? He did need to, arguably, because there goes the dark blue of Delorme through shot. Here's the GT3 leader just in front of Erkan, actually, but he's closing in, and there could be a change for 6th place here. I think there's a tyre difference here as well, with Go Team Racing jumping in front of Virtual Drivers by TX3, having not changed tyres last time, but Erkan now on the newer tyres is closing in quite quickly.
3.3 seconds the gap, but as you said, that gap closing. Arda Erkan accelerating out of the Parabolka and across the start-finish line. I got to see again what the lap times last time round actually were for these two. Delorme in that number 17 car at 36.1. Actually for Erkan it was 36.9, so Erkan lost a little bit of time that time round.
He certainly did. That probably due to the traffic that we just saw out of the two Lesmos. As into the pit lane comes Simframe already. Patrick Schindler's into the pit lane, and this is going to be a long final stint. We presumed it would be for Schindler. So
I was going to say that. That seems almost a little bit too long, maybe.
I'm wondering that, actually. They came in with an hour. Well, I think they can do about 55 minutes, these cars, actually. I think that they last came in on an hour on an hour and 45 to go. And so with 50 minutes to go, I think they'll be fine, but they have pushed it right to the limit.
Yeah, they might want to do a couple of some fuel saving at the same time, just to make sure. Because of course it's not when the a bit of a squirreling one from the GT car there in the background. Because of course it's not when the clock hits 0. You've got to wait for the leader to actually complete that final lap as well. So you've got to always have a little bit of tank left in the tank, I should say, rather, just in case leader finishes at the wrong time for you.
Absolutely, yeah. The way I always work it out in these kind of races is imagine
rather
the leader crosses the line with 1 second to go, and imagine you're just in front of the leader, which suggests you've got to cross the line with about 5 seconds to go. So add 2 more laps to the race time, which around here would be what, 3 minutes 20, something around there, 3 minutes 10. So imagine this race is 6 hours 3 minutes and 10, because then you can't underfuel. Obviously that's the standard in which I race at. It suggests that safety for that kind of thing is a lot more important than speed, because it is at this level. They might risk it, and they might try and run out of fuel, at the end of the last lap, on the cool down lap, just to, shorten that final stop as much as possible. But just for a bit of safety, put an extra couple of laps in there, and I think you'll be absolutely fine. Whether they've done that or not remains to be seen, of course. They're a minute behind NeedRacing.com now. You wouldn't imagine there was a tyre change there. Now we're just waiting on the other stops, the first of which should come from Burst Esport, who are in second at the moment.
16 seconds. That gap certainly is coming down, isn't it? Question is it coming down fast enough for that number 4 car? Oh, it's going to be yet another exciting climax to the race here at Monza.
Yeah, we are having it confirmed by people that they will make it. We did suspect so, but it's relatively close.
They're making their final stops as well.
Yes, they're in the window now. Wanako and Adam Taylor makes his way in. I think Kutzak's still out there in the Blackhawk car, and he is indeed. And maybe that will help them in their fight against Thomas Enger Simracing, because their final fuel stop may be a little bit shorter than the rest, although it should be tyres for everyone in GT3.
So Kutzak, as you said, should be tyres, hopefully, because that's you say that, Monza doesn't really wear the tyres too much, I don't think, because it's mainly straight line braking, isn't it? There's not really that many high-speed corners. Well, there's not many corners full stop.
Yeah.
But
yes, only 11.
Not much high speed.
Only 11 round here. I think this is the least amount of corners of any track on this calendar this season. I'm not counting. How do I explain this? The Road Atlanta corner name suggests that there's 10A and 10B at the end. I'm not having that. I'm having 10 and 11, and then 12 and 13 afterwards. So I'm going to go with this as the least amount of corners.
They told them, Mike, depending on how you count them.
Yeah, but I'm not going to listen to the way. Oh, yeah, that's a good point actually. Maybe I think it might be 11 as well. Anyway, it's there's not many is the point, and tyre wear shouldn't be too bad around here. Alexei Kutzak is getting overtaken by some of these GT3s now, who are on newer tyres likely, but he will continue on, and the more he can continue on, the shorter his stop will be compared to Thomas Enger Simracing, which is exactly what he wants in that battle for the lead in GT3.
So the question is, where is that Blackhawk car going to shake out once it stops that? Just have a quick look there, as you see on the table on the left. That gap for the overall leads came down a lot as well.
It has a little
Under
bit.
15 now.
Yep, last lap was 9 tenths quicker from Damien Skrovron. Yellow flag just in front of sector 2 here. We'll see whether Lartalou has anything to avoid. Nope, not really.
It's gone now, yeah.
Gap for third in LMP2 also reducing, but the LMP2s are still too far away to make their final pit stops. Gap for the lead there also 10 seconds. That could be a real nail biter to the end as well.
Oh, it's going to be so fun, like we have said so many times. There's that battle for 5th position actually in the hypercar class. Lauren, that number 17 car, and that Simracing number 2, half a second separating the two of them.
Yeah, oh, and there's the virtual drivers by TX3 car there as well. There's cars everywhere in this little
There's
gaggle.
cars everywhere, yeah.
Through Ascari. Still got 48 running, by the way. The issues earlier on were not enough to put those disconnections earlier on. I should be more specific. Were not enough to put those teams off completely going home. They're still here, and we're going to get a lot of cars to the flag here of the 6 Hours of Monza. Hopefully, under Erkan, they're getting very close to some of them, but no contact on the straight. Now we'll have the chance towards turn 1. This is a legitimate battle for 6th place, by the way, between Go Team Racing and Virtual Drivers by TX3. They both still have one stop remaining, and Oda Erkan makes his way through. Quite late on the brakes, but he needed to be, and he's into 6th place.
And that gap for Erkan is actually not that much. 1.8 seconds to the next car, so certainly doable.
Yep. Burst Esport into the pit lane.
It's the Simracing car. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, but Burst Esport into the pit lane, so Schindler will look to get close to them this time, but will they be able to? You wouldn't imagine there'll be tyre changes here for Burst Esport. They'll still have to chase Race Clutch, but they need to be careful about running out of time here. Only just over 40 minutes remaining. They weren't making huge inroads into Tom Lartalou. I know that the gap was coming down with a little bit more force towards the end of that stint there, and maybe Lartalou's tyres are going away, but that gap was fairly significant even at the end of that stint.
So is that the number 4 car has him out of the pit, so it's just fuel for them. There's Jordan. Of course, the Scooter Ferrari Esports car we were talking about earlier was in the lead of the LMP2 class. Of course, pit stops have happened since then, but very, very close to getting that final podium position over the Hyperion car.
They are. I'm going to presume there's new tyres here, or certainly a difference here, because there's Jordan's flying all of a sudden, and his last stop's going to be shorter than the one for Hyperion Esports as well. So I think it's going to be 3rd place for Scuderia Ferrari Esports, given the fact there's half a minute on either side of this battle. These two could well finish it in 3rd and 4th almost no matter what happens. It just depends on which order. And right now, Jordan looks a little bit stronger, quite a lot stronger, in fact.
Of course, Dennis Jordan, a very, very experienced driver here in the VEC, and very, very experienced with the prototypes as well. So no doubt Jordan will get as much as possible. Let's just have a look at the timing column. The TX3 cars got past the Simracing car for that top 5 position in the hypercars while we've been watching this battle. A second back is Dennis Jordan in that number 39. This Ferrari between Jordan and that final podium position is here's Erkan, the TX3 car. You can see that number 2 car just behind.
Well, that's bizarre. Patrick Schindler doesn't seem to have the pace at all here at the moment. He's half a minute back from Burst Esport and not going well for him at all right now. Well, that is slightly bizarre. Arnold's competition into the pit lane, by the way, and I think there's been a change for second in LMP, in GT3. Nico Barkley is ahead of the Thomas Enger Simracing car, currently being driven by Adam Perlo in that third place now. There he is in the gold and black. Wasn't expecting to see that, but the Porsche has had a shorter final stop, clearly, and now Nico Barkley is going to look to defend from the Ferrari for that podium place, maybe even for a win if they can both jump Kutsak.
But Kutsak will have that shorter stop, and also maybe a lighter car as well. So if they do jump, so it's going to be a very fun ending once again. In the GT3s as well, Pilo goes left and right through chicane number 2, then coming out towards the Lesmo, so close to that car in front.
Yes, we ride on board with the Ferrari, get a view as to just how difficult these GT3s are to drive. People think they're easy because it's ABS and traction control helping you along, but nothing like it. It is still difficult. Adam Parlow, though, clearly has better tyre condition at this stage. Nico Barkley was struggling there through the two Lesmos, and Thomas Enger Simracing Ferrari is going to look to make its move at the Ascari chicane. There'll be a move, though, from the Valle Corsa LMP2, though, and so the move for Adam Parlow will have to be postponed for now.
It's postponed for now, but it looks like it's not going to be postponed for long at all. Moving essentially directly in the wheel tracks of the car ahead. But again, Pilo's probably just saving up for a run into turn 1.
He probably is. Out of the corner they go then. Very close behind. Through goes the Go Team Racing car, by the way, or one of them, as they really close on Simframe. So there's two battles in one. Adam Perlo down the inside of Nico Barkley in the background, and in just to the bottom of your screen, the Simframe car holding on for 6th place as well. Adam Perlo makes his way through, though, for Thomas Enger Simracing. That was fairly easy in the end. I think Barkley is looking to hang on to a podium here, really, rather than 2nd place with that stop he's just made there. He's really struggling on the tyres. He's got more than half a minute back to 3rd place, though, and maybe he will be able to hang on for a podium.
That podium is going to be a very good way to begin the season, as the car in 4th position in the GT3s has come into the pits as well. So it looks like it's going to be these top 3 for the win in the GT3 class. But the question is, when is that Blackhawk going to make their final stop? Patrick Schindler, number 2 car, has fallen behind the number 17 as well in the hypercars.
Yeah, they have. So clearly Simframe are really struggling here. I think that the fact they've not changed tyres but they've fully fueled up means that they're very heavy and on older tyres compared to Virtual Drivers by TX3 and Go Team Racing as well. It's seen them slip to 7th. Maybe Winchick Racing are going to be able to hold on to a top 4, maybe a podium. Let's see. They've still got 11, nearly 12 seconds over needracing.com. I think that will be the fight for 3rd place, and then it will be Race Clutch versus Burst for the win. But Tom Larchelou still out there in the lead, and might be able to go for another 10 minutes out in the front just yet. Still waiting for those final stops from the front 3.
Just waiting for that final stop, as you said, as the Vistral car comes in the LMP2 for its final stop of the race as well. 38 minutes to go here at Monza. When are those, as you said, those top 3 going to come in is the main question now when it comes towards the hypercar class. He's got a battle here for, I believe, this 8th position in the LMP2s. It is indeed the Sean Clark Racing car trying to chase down Luigi Rosso in that number 47 Pro Team. I think the number 47 is, isn't it?
Yes, it is. The defending champions from the LMP2 category. It's a big move of defence on the way in towards the Ascari chicane. John Clark Racing in 9th at the moment, as they have been a lot so far today. They've been in the lower part of the top 10 throughout almost all of today. We are at the point as well in this race where the LMP2s can make their final stop and make it to the end as well. So that will be interesting to note, especially between 1 and 2. Team Iris are continuing to be caught by Gold Racing Esport. 7.4 seconds between them. With 37 minutes to go, that's going to be a nail-biter as well. We're still not sure in any of these categories.
So Naira here, 4 tenths of a second off that final left position on the left-hand column there to get up into that top 8. And that Sean Clark racing car, the debut for that team here in Division 1 as well. I'm not exactly sure, I didn't see anything.
Maybe it was just me then. I could have sworn I saw a car stop there on the inside at the first chicane there, but I was probably just seeing things in that case. Battle for the top 5 is back on again as Schindler's getting rid of some of this fuel. He's starting to even out with the Go Team Racing. That car, which is not quite as quick as him. Virtual Drivers by TX3 are in, and so are NeedRacing.com, and we'll see where that battle for third place will lie. Will Simracing be anywhere near a podium here? I fear not, because they're only halfway around the lap, whereas NeedRacing.com are already getting service in the pit lane.
Gap before was 6 seconds.
So up into 6th position does the Simracing car, because it's the TX3 car coming in. And too much traffic almost, isn't it?
It will be tight when they box.
Yeah, far too much in some places, but it's enthralling to watch. Down the inside goes the Go Team Racing car, and the battle will get split apart. Patrick Schindler will have to come back through again, although he gets a pretty nice run through the Scary chicane. You don't get caught up too much behind one of the LMP2s really in the Vanwall. And so now he's clear. Now he's got clear sights of the driver in front, but it may not matter too much because with 35 minutes to go, Go Team Racing still have a stop to make.
But of course, that final stop's going to be a lot shorter, isn't it? And someone else peeled into pits there. I think that was the Go Team car. Indeed, it was from 5th position in the hypercar class, and that'll be their final stop of the afternoon. As Schindler gets promoted up into 5th, but it's a big gap now, isn't it? 73 seconds. I think this might be as far as the Simracing car can go this afternoon.
Could well be. Well, it's not going to be 73 seconds when it normalises. Let's see what it is over the sector. 23 seconds.
This is true.
It's still too big to cross though at this stage in the race. That's too big of a gap to cross now. Damien Scrovron is still 4th then. He's ahead by 13 seconds of NeedRacing.com. And we're really waiting for these final stops now from Race Clutch and Winchick Racing. I think Burst Esports are going to be second on the other side of these stops, but how close they're going to be to the lead is the million-dollar question. On the last lap, Tom Larton, who did a 1:34.1. What about Damien Scrovron as he goes over the line right now? My timing screen is yet to update and tell me quite what lap time he's done on this particular lap, so we'll never know. He loses 4 tenths of a second to Scrovron, so clearly the gap is, or the pace is pretty similar, but Race Clutch will have a lot less fuel on board than Burst will.
It's also true that final stop, as we keep on saying, is going to be a lot shorter as well. As this Race Clutch car is where it must be coming around towards the start-finish line, actually. Maybe even past it, past it again. So another lap out for that Race Clutch car. As you said, defending champions, running that number 1 as well. And it would be a fantastic start to their defence if they could begin it with a win.
It really would. Making use of the number 1 car, of course, which is not always the case.
38 seconds.
But it doesn't always bring them tremendous amounts of luck either. Team Virus are the last team to win with the number 1. Back at season 10, as they were defending their season 9 title, they also took the final LMP1 season as well. Just over half an hour to go in the opening round of a new season in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's season 16. And it's the business end of the day. In LMP2, Darius Andre has made his final stop for Good Racing Esport. There he is. Team Iris are currently into the pit lane. That's the big battle for the race lead. And the race win, of course. Who's going to come out in front? What's the battle going to be like? I think it's going to have to be Team Iris ahead of Gold Racing Esports and having to fend them off. But Darius Andre might well make the pass over the pit stop phase and he might well cruise to victory. Let's see which of them comes out first here in a moment.
Oh, but we still have no idea. There is still no clear winner, or a clear front runner, I should say, rather, from any of the classes, even as we head towards 30 minutes to go here at Monza. Accelerating out of the Parabolica is the Gold Racing Esports cars. Martin Hemmingson's just came out of the pits. And is that the Ferrari cars just jumped Hemmingson?
Yeah, they still have stop to make though. Hyperion Esports and Scuderia Ferrari Esports still have a stop to make. So ignore them for the moment. It's in terms of the leading battle anyway. They're fighting between themselves for third and the podium, and I'm sure we'll focus on that a little bit later. But for now, it's about the race win. Martin Hemmingsen is going to be against Darius Andre for the final half an hour here. Team Irish ahead for the moment, but what's the gap? It's surely going to be shorter than the 20 seconds it was at the start of the last stint. It's 9.7. Basically, Gold Racing Esport halved it during that first stint, and they're going to have to do that all over again to get close for the end of this race.
Oh, that's going to be a big ask as well, with half an hour to go. Again, this is just half a second a lap.
It is. It sounds like a lot when you put it like that, but realistically, it is possible for Gold Racing Esport to close in here, and it could well be a grandstand finish in LMP2. We've still got pit stops to make in the overall hypercar class, of course. Tom Lartino is still going around. Still, what is that? A minute and 10, a little bit more ahead of Burst Esport at the moment. Maybe Race Clutch are going to come out ahead of the others. They're going to get a bit of a slipstream from the Nebracing.com at Vanwall as well. They'll dive down the inside. Oh, that's going to lose Lartino quite a lot of time. That was close.
Yeah, I think the rear brakes locked up there. You saw the rear end becoming a bit loose there in the final braking zone.
Yeah, it probably had everything locked up at a point to try and get that stopped in time to avoid everyone. They have already had contact earlier on, let's not forget. And there goes Nebracing.com, blue flag showing. And so they do get out the way of the race leader. We now have 3 cars on the lead lap here in this race, by the way. With Nebracing.com having just been eliminated from that. Last season we had 5 finish on the lead lap, so it was a bit closer overall. And we have 5 finishing on the lead lap on the season 40 as well. And I think we are going to get that again here this season, because don't forget, the top 2 still have to come in.
Classic Jimmy. Is pissed off.
71 blue flag, move over.
As the 71 is getting blue flag notifications from race director Jimmy Alsons. That's a DNF from 5th position, the GTs.
Oh, that's Arnage Competition who have DNF'd, unfortunately. By the way, Pim van Ark has been the one ordered to get out the way there of somebody. I think it's the Caspian car. He's been ordered to get out the way of. But yes, it's Arnage Competition who have gone off and back to the garage. It's Adam Pinchas who was at the wheel at the time. And unfortunately, a pretty good day for Arnage Competition in the Virtual Endurance Championship. A potential top 5 has turned into a DNF and maybe a DNF entirely at the end of this one. We'll wait and see as the leader overall comes into the pit lane.
So there we go. The race clutch is in the pit, making the final stop, and I have a feeling they're going to come out ahead of Scott Run.
Looks like it.
And there we go. 2nd place comes in as well.
We've got
you lost another
connection issues, I'm afraid, for Adam Pinchas. So that is the reason for Arnage Competition losing contention, DNFing. He's disconnected from the TeamSpeak, so we're going to presume that he has from the server as well. Race Clutch and Winchick Racing both into the pit lane then, as we expected, with half an hour to go. Deuces Motorsport Club sliding Pim van Ark right in front of Demian Skrovron. There goes Tom Lartelo. He's a long way in front of Burst Esport.
Yeah, that is an incredible gap, isn't it? Got to wait for these times to normalise. As you said, it's Merkley is going to come out in front as well.
I was about to say, it just leaves
quite close with Skrovron here. On board we go, and yes, so Winchick Racing have not only got the chance to hold on for a podium, but maybe a second place with that short final stop. Demian Skrovron, or that longer final stop, Demian Skrovron's got work to do. With the shorter final stops, Race Clutch and Winchick Racing may have gotten themselves 1 and 2 in this race at the 6 Hours of Monza. Is it the dream possible defence for Race Clutch as they embark on a new season in the Virtual Endurance Championship, having won Season 15? Season 16 is getting off to a pretty good start so far.
Indeed, just got to wait for this timing column to know. There we go, 4 seconds the gap that Winchick car has over Burst Esports. And it's an extra 24 seconds to that Race Clutch.
Well, surely the battle for the win overall is over here, but the battle for second place is only just beginning. Speaking of which, Martin Hemmingsen's trying to get through on Dennis Jordan here, and he has managed it on the front straight. It's just under 8 seconds to Gold Racing Esport. The pressure's still very much on in LMP2.
Wanna have a lap remaining check on the leader?
7 seconds the gap Hemmingson has to make up with 26 minutes to go. But Hemmingson also needs to, well, of course you said, sorry, the Ferrari car still needs to make a stop, doesn't it, you said?
Yes, it does, and so does the, oh dear, so does the Hyperion Esports car. That's one of the LMP2s off the road. I didn't see which one because it was a flash across the camera. But off at the second chicane, thankfully none of the leaders, I don't think, caught up in that.
No, I think that's generally okay for the main protagonists in each class. And speaking of main protagonists, I think the GT3 leaders still need to make one stop, don't they?
Well, I thought so, but they're just not pitting. So I think Blackhawk...
They're refusing to pit.
I think Blackhawk maybe have made their final stop, and somehow they've gone from a 10-second gap, less than, to a minute. I'm not entirely sure.
Tyres? No, it wouldn't explain tyres, would it?
Not really.
That Blackhawk car must have one more stop.
Well, I don't see how they could have managed to go this far, really, with the fuel they've got currently. Hyperion Esports coming from the lead in LMP2, by the way, leaving Martin Hemmingson now to lead the race. But is Dennis Jordan going to hassle him now? No. So Ferrari and Team Iris have fallen into a bit of an agreement here not to really battle with one another, and that's probably a good thing for both of them, really. Dennis Jordan in sights and hopes of a podium. Team Iris, of course, in hopes of a race win.
Hoping for a race win. We'll get to see if that happens. The Hyperion car comes into the pits, as you have mentioned. And yes,
94.5,
second, as you were saying,
15.98 to
that
go.
Ferrari car has a stop to make, and therefore Team Iris will have what?
Close to
7. So I think that gap will be
16 pretty much.
Roughly. But it's probably going to be lower by the time they pit anyway. They came in with roughly 40 minutes to go, maybe a little bit less. We're about halfway through that now, and the gap has almost been halved. So I think if this gap just closes enough for a battle, then it's going to be right at the very end.
To eventually get...
It's going to be less than 10 minutes to go, most likely, isn't it?
Yep. Maybe even less than 5. Not many chances to go through for Gold Racing Esports. That's the bottom line here. As Dennis Jordan closes in again, but we're presuming he's just going to sit back here and watch as Martin Hemmingson leads the race, or officially lead at the end of this one for Team Iris. Slight a bit wide there though, at the parabolica. Still maintains decent speed, as he can do with the tarmac on the outside there. So he's gone all right. Dennis Jordan will close in all over again, and surely won't decide to go for a move. He's smart enough to stay back, and indeed the Simracing for Holland Vanwall getting through there anyway is just going to disrupt them a little bit further. Don't forget, Dennis Jordan's a 2-time Virtual Endurance Championship champion. He was an LMP2 champion back with Monaco in Season 10. He's running GTE as well for Red Bull Racing Esports. That was alongside Alex Siebel, of course, along with Yuri Kasdorp as well, who they were both, well, Jordan and Siebel are both here this season, alongside Timothej Andonovski, who started the race for them. Yes. Oh, that's the Go Team Racing car, I think, off the road.
That's looking very interesting in the background, wasn't it? Maybe the other one.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. You had a 50-50 chance, it's fine.
You got it wrong. But wouldn't be the first time. They're already a lap down on the car in front, and they're a long way in front of Bert Knops as well for 8th. So not much to race for them, just get to the end and take 8th place for them.
As yes, 8th place, a lap I should say rather, to the sister car. 8th place is going to be the maximum for them today, but 3rd position in LMP2s is closing down on 1st position. If you have a look at that timing column on the left, Thomas Bach and the number 44 Hyperion is actually closing down that number 37 Team Iris car.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a full-on hope with 20 minutes to go at over half a minute, but he is closing. Stavros Mercedes got a penalty on the last lap, by the way. Not sure what for, because he's still out there. It might have even been for penalties, actually, for cut tracks. Not sure, but he'll have to serve that in the final portion of this one for the Vanwall Vanderwell. Unfortunately, not a great day for them. They were, of course, a DPI team last season, finished 5th in the standings eventually. They really did compete for the win in the opening round of the season with rFactor for much of the day, but can't quite repeat that in LMP2 here this season. And they're outside of the top 10 right now, but Dennis Jordan is looking to make his way through here on Martin Hemmingson, and right now it's not quite happening for him. Not really because he can't, but because he doesn't really want to, and there's no need to either. It'll be interesting to see how long his final pit stop is though, whether he'll come out in front of Hyperion Esports or not, because I reckon he will for that 3rd place.
Oh, well, that's going to be very interesting to find out as well. What would that be, 36 seconds? Is that enough time to come through and make and have a stop of fuel for 20 minutes of the race? But wait and see.
Well, yeah, now you say that, I'm doubting myself.
Is 36 seconds enough?
Yeah, I'm starting to doubt myself now that you've said that, because that's not a big amount of time actually. Based on where they were running previously though, I would have said that, yeah, but yeah, that gap's not very big. And to be fair, the gap to Visual was larger than it was before, so it suggests Hyperion Esports had done something in that final stop. But anyway, Gold Racing Esports are having a lot of traffic to deal with here in towards turn 1. They will get them both in towards turn 1. Good driving from Darius Andre there, who closes the gap to 3.7 up to Ferrari, so it's about 4.2 to the lead. 20 minutes to go. It's continuing to come down, and it looks like we may get our fight for the win at the end.
3.8 seconds to the next car for Gold Racing Esports, 4.2 to the lead. There is going to be a battle here, isn't there? Yes, there is. It's going to be very, very fun when it happens. There might be a battle for 2nd position in the hypercar, but to be honest, Scuffler hasn't actually managed to make that much of an indent into the Wincheck car.
No, not really. And Martin Mergley is closing in more to Race Clutch than really Burst are, so it looks like the podium positions may well be settled. The class we were hyping up the most may well produce the least at the end of this race. It's produced a lot of entertainment so far, but maybe not in the final hour. That was a dive from Darius Andre. A dive that surely could have only been made in the final hour. He flashed his lights almost as an apology. I don't think he was annoyed at the BMW. It's almost a backwards apology there to the car that he just dived, saying, well, I've got a race for the win on here. I'm sorry to have to do this, but I am going to do it. Well, he does need to, because time is of the essence. 19 minutes remaining. The gap still hovering around 4 seconds between those two cars. The Scuderia Ferrari car beginning to slip away slightly, but on that lap, Darius Andre didn't really gain very much at all.
Last lap. Look at that, 0.2 of a second. Not much time gained at all. 18 minutes to go, which for these LMP2s is going to be maybe 11 laps.
By the way, that's Andrea Gondosi, who he just overtook there, and I thought he was in a fight with that Aston Martin just up in front. Turns out he's just trying to put a lap on the car in front of him there. So Darius Andre still continuing to try and close down that gap in front, and it extended again. That bit of traffic in towards the first chicane has set him back even further, and so time is really running out for him now. By the way, the gap for the overall lead is still closing. Last lap, it was 2 tenths slower from Martin Mergley as per my timing screen there. That can't be true. Let's have a look again. Well, we'll never find out, because Martin Mergley cut the track somewhere around, so we won't find out. But the gap down to 20 seconds.
Sadly, we'll find out, guys. 20 seconds, as you said. That's too far, though, isn't it? 17 minutes to go. 20 seconds is a bit too much. But I'm just wondering, for this battle for the lead of the LMP2s, whether, because that Ferrari Esports car is right there, essentially stuck to the rear wing of the Iris car, whether that's almost psyching out Hemmingson a little bit, and as a result, causing him to drive maybe just a little bit slower.
Maybe. Now we look back from Martin Hemmingson. There is the Scuderia Ferrari car that's still yet to come in. Dennis Jordan's done a great job on fuel here. He hasn't saved a pit stop, but worth bearing in mind that Ferrari is a little bit stronger on fuel than the others. It could even come into effect at Road Atlanta, because if we give these drivers, you know, another 2 hours, maybe another bit of race, then maybe they can cut it. Or if we give Ferrari another couple of hours of race, then maybe they could have cut out a pit stop, because they're only 15 minutes away from doing it in this race in only 6 hours. Maybe they'd be able to do it in 8. They'd certainly be able to do it over 24, maybe twice.
Okay.
Yeah. That is a good point, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, just do your best.
It's 3.7 seconds now. This gap. Oh, Gold Racing team car got caught up there behind the GT on the exit of Lesmo 2, didn't it? You saw the brake lights come on.
Yep. Just had to readjust on the way out, and that will lose it a bit of time on the way towards Ascari, I think. Oh no, still 3.5 seconds. Everybody bracing themselves in the YouTube chat here. It's a high-stakes situation for those down on the pit wall at the moment. The drivers are often the most comfortable people in this situation. Sitting on and watching on as a teammate or a team member is pretty torturous at this stage.
And Hemmingson, there we go, 250, 260 kilometers an hour. As there we go, there's the Ferrari car coming to the pits. You can see it's 3.5 seconds the gap for the leads there.
Yep.
3.5 seconds, and there's now no Ferrari car for A, Andre to navigate, and B, for Hemmingson to be distracted by. And you can just see the purple LMP2 car there in the foreground.
Will have been slowed up slightly by those others in the first chicane. Obviously a big gain from Darius Andre on the last lap there. Hemmingson was 3.5 seconds still over Andre. In towards the second chicane they go. It's another bit of closing. 3 seconds now the gap as Martin Hemmingson has to navigate another BMW, but the same will have to be done from Andre here in towards Lesmo 1. He will have to get down the inside, and he doesn't manage it on the Scuderia Leone Ferrari. Still running 4th, by the way, that car. He'll squeeze as much as possible. He'll finally get through into Lesmo 2, but he won't get the gains that he wants to on this lap as a result of that.
2.9 seconds, that gap coming down still. That Gold Esports car Gold Racing Esports car, I should say rather, does have the pace. Is there enough time? Less than 50 minutes. 3 seconds, the gap accelerating out. Well, that car in front is accelerating out even more, mainly because it's a hypercar. As coming down towards Parabolica. I'm just wondering exactly where in the circuit this Gold Racing Esports car might be stronger, or whether it's just kind of a general thing at this moment in time.
I think it's a general thing, really. I have a feeling they're on slightly newer tyres. Nobody's on new tyres at this stage.
yes, and some gekriegt after an F1 race.
Is that battle for the final podium position?
Yes, please.
Is also holding up.
Awesome.
It is. Dennis Jordan is homing in on the Hyperion Esports car, so we'll check in with them a little bit over the course of the remainder of this one as well. But for now, Martin Hemmingson holds 3 seconds over Darius Andre. We saw the closest winning margin in LMP2 around here at Monza, in a race at Monza, was 6.3 seconds or so back in season 14 between Racing Team and Go Team Racing, who were still yet to pick up a win at that time. Now they're the reigning champions, but they're not involved in this. Team Iris are, and that's a bit of a surprise at the start of the day. Gold Racing Esport as well. In fact, none of the championship contenders from last season are really involved in the LMP2 lead at the moment.
Yeah, this is entirely true. So Iris versus Gold, 2.8 seconds. The gap now 13 minutes to go. That gap's came down about 0.3 of a second from 1 lap ago. But I think 0.3 of a second might just not be enough.
2.6. Nothing between them at the moment, although 2 cars separate them, and a lapped LMP2 as well, which could play into the hands of Martin Hemmingson, as he's already navigated it on these most recent laps. Tom Lawton, who's losing a lot of time right now, by the way, 16.6 with 12.5 minutes to go. I think he's still got enough to win this, but he is losing quite a lot of time to Martin Mergeli.
Yeah, this is true, but they can afford it. Race Clutch can afford it, because they have 16 seconds. They don't need to drive at 100%. Unlike Mergeli, probably does in order to keep that number 4
no, Darius Andre! Across the corner! He brakes too late at turn 1 and cuts across the corner entirely. Across the corner! He brakes too late at turn 1 and cuts across the corner entirely. He might have even gained from that, and now he'll flash the lights at the LMP2 in front. I don't think he can blame that as a distraction, but he just wanted out the way before it becomes one. Now in towards the second chicane. He's going to be slowed up, is Darius Andre by the car in front, but he's gained half a second, or 3/10 of a second, I should say, as a result of jumping across that chicane. Well, that is a bit unfair, really. If you're on Team Irish, you'll be complaining about that.
So here we go, coming and again.
Damasgal, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it.
Car ahead.
Welcome to the stream.
Sports car needs to make a move, and that,
as we are on the final stages of the race.
In fact, Andre needs to make sure, with the amount of light flashing there, Andre needs to make sure that they don't breach the rule on that.
Yeah, there is a rule on light flashing.
I can't remember exactly what it is. It might just be excessive, or it might actually be a number of times in a certain time period. I can't quite remember. But 2.5 seconds the gap now.
Certainly used to be a certain number. When I first read the rules, which is obviously a long time ago, when I first was watching the VC, it didn't specify a length of time that these could be used, but it said a maximum of 4 light flashes, which is not very many, and certainly less than what Andre did there.
Yeah,
maybe,
I was going to say that was definitely before.
Yeah,
right.
And maybe that's not even really a rule anymore, so specifically. But I'm never going to find it right now. Will in a couple of moments. But yes, 4 used to be the limit as far as I remember. But you might be right. It may just be down to excessive now. Yes. Okay. Drivers are allowed to use their headlights or flash their headlights, but it must be appropriate and shouldn't be overused. A sequence of flashes must last no longer than 2 seconds and can't include more than 4 flashes. So
I have a feeling. I have a feeling that might not have been complied with.
Yes. So I'm quite impressed with my own memory there. That's that was all right. It did take me quite a while to get there, to be fair, so I won't take too much credit. But yes, 4 flashes is the limit. And that may have been outside the rules for Darius Andre. However, it doesn't really matter. We're less than 2 seconds between the top 2 now. 9.5 minutes remain. And unsure as to how many laps that will be. If this was a race between the 2 of them, and LMP2 were the only class on the grid, it would probably be about 6 or 7 to go at this stage. But it depends where the overall leader is.
Yeah, where is actually that number 1 car? Who knows? So we're looking at this battle though.
Tom Lotto makes his way over the line there with 9 minutes remaining, and with so it will be 6 laps to go. But will they be overtaken again in LMP2? Probably not. So I think these 2 have got 6 laps to go as well. Not that it really matters. The 9 minutes is the important part for Darius Andre as he makes another dive down the inside of one of the BMWs. Now he makes his way through into that second position. Well, he's still second, but he's 2 seconds away. And there at the bottom of his screen, Dennis Jordan tries to catch the 3rd place Hyperion Esports car, and he can't quite do it for the moment. He's still over a second back.
So here we go, having a look at this gold racing esports car there up on the top. Well, the gap between the second and first in LMP2 and that Ferrari esports car, the 3rd and 4th, is actually the same, 1.7 seconds for both of them. Here comes Andre out of Lesmo, 8 minutes to go, 1.7 seconds. Andre is just hoping to find an extra 10th of a second wherever they can.
Oh, he's going to get caught
and they're
here,
not
though.
Finding it here.
It's a satellite McLaren in the way. Well, not in the way, driving its race, but in the way as far as Darius Andre is concerned. He belts it over the curbs. He very nearly loses it. He gets away with it all, and it was down to a 1.5 seconds briefly. I'd imagine that gap will be back out to 2 now.
Let's have a look when the times update, accelerating out of Parabolica. But you saw the Gold Racing Esports car actually had to pass 2 GTs. I'm wondering if the Iris was caught behind the front GT of the 2 of them. I know you're right, 2.4 seconds.
Yeah, it's extended out that little bit further. By the way, this is a bit of a throwback, but I've just had a look at the results from. Oh, as we go a little bit deep on the brakes there.
Turn 1.
That was deep on the brakes for the for Darius Andre. I was looking at closest LMP2 finishes around here at Monza. We've had 3 races at Monza previously, going back all the way to season 4 and 8 Hours of Monza. We had a very close finish in LMP2 that came down to just 1.3 seconds at the end of the race. Obviously, we weren't using the Orica back then; didn't exist. But because it was 12 years ago, it's 2011. But it was 1.3 seconds. We're going to have to do well to get a closer finish than that here in this particular race. Even though we are set for a very close finish, it may not even be a record here. This is we've had some remarkable Monza races in LMP2 in the past.
So here we go, coming out towards Ascari, 6.5 minutes to go, 2.2 seconds the gap between the two of them. So Gold Racing Esports does have the pace. They might run out of time though.
Yeah, they may well do. Down the back straight towards the Parabolica again, 2.1 seconds at the gap. Martin Hemmingson makes his way around the Parabolica behind one of the GT3s though, and he will lose a bit of time as a result of that, although Andre may well do the same towards the first chicane, and a big gaggle of traffic just goes over the line as well, just in front of Martin Hemmingson. There's 3 GT3s to deal with, probably all on this lap.
Oh, it's good. It's really coming down to a crunch time here in the LMP2 class. Coming through Curva Grande again, it's Hemmingson. Will clear the first GT fine. Will maybe be caught behind the second GT in the braking zone for the chicane, perhaps.
He's going to look to the inside, but he knows he's too far back and he will be caught behind. But the same will go for Darius Andre.
It doesn't look like we're getting the second place
and
still.
Another of the GT3s.
Yeah, guys.
There they go just through. Oh, and Andre's going to get really
I
caught
think
here
I have to cut the
behind
stream
2
at this
cars in
stage.
front. It's Martin Mergley who's directly in front of him in the Vanwall,
Well,
and he will
not
get
necessarily
into
directly cut,
Lesmo
but
2 as well. So Darius Andre
get
doesn't
ready
really
for the
gain
F1
very much
race
at
now.
all, but he will get a bit of a slipstream on this straight from those around him. They go past the one of the Juice's Porsches, that is. But Andre has not been helped at all by the traffic, and he'll once again be behind him towards Ascari. He'll
So
make
for
the
those
move
watching
round
on
the
YouTube,
outside.
you guys
This is
can
amazing now.
stay
This is
live
only a move
here
you can make
on
in the final
this
5
stream
minutes.
because it
Darius
will
Andre gets the
directly
lights flashed at
go
him, but he
over
doesn't
to
care.
the
He's
F1 23
going for a
game.
race win. It's 3.2
For
seconds
everyone
now.
else, guys,
Yeah, it was very,
Twitch,
very
just
brave.
stay on the
That's
channel.
exactly
We'll be back
what,
live in a
as
moment.
you said, if you only make in the final few
yeah, I'm
minutes
just
of a
afraid with
race,
those
try
2
and,
minutes, well,
give
5
every
minutes to
single
go.
tenth of a second possible, but I have a feeling just because of the way traffic fell,
I mean, we
it
can still
might
watch
be
it to the end.
slipping out
It's
of the
just,
hands of Gold Racing Esports.
Hemmingson tries to
no
defend
way.
from Martin Mergley here. He doesn't want to be overtaken. And there's a big slide from Mergley
There's
in front
contact.
of Hemmingson, who has to go across the chicane to avoid. Now he's got the course once. Darius Andre, no doubt, had to negotiate Martin Mergley there as well. And Burst Esport are going to get up to second place because Mergley's
Well, I
only
guess
getting
good
going
job.
now.
Yeah, 3.8 seconds I think is the gap perhaps between Burst Esports and Vinchik. Now Vinchik's throwing away that second position they could have had in their debut race here in Division 1. They'll be, it's 7.3 seconds, see my worst, that is 8 for the Vinchik Racing team. They will finish in 3rd. Having a look though at this battle for the lead.
Yeah, we're about to get racy here on the
corner. Who was that for?
Creator Series.
Had a penalty there. That's another one for Valle Corsa.
There we go.
Yeah, so further back, Darius Andre has
just
been
going
overtaken
to
by the
mute that
first car.
real
They're
quick
very
here.
similar on the way towards Ascari, of course, but they will get a bit of a slipstream on the next straight. 3 seconds, the
Can't
gap
wait
is basically restored, but what are the stewards
have
going to
this
say about
race
Hemmingson?
finished.
They're cutting across the chicane to sort of alleviate that car going off
2.5
in front of it.
minutes, 20 seconds of gap.
Well,
it is what it
that's
is.
something that they can
Guys,
only,
it is probably going
will
to be
only
second
decide
place. A
what
moment ago, I would have
this
said
race
we're
will step
stuck in
we'll get an
3rd.
update of what the gap
Now
is.
it's like
And, Darius Andre's
a lot of
2.8
stuff can still happen
seconds, and
within
really
those
it might
2.5 minutes, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think
2.8
anything
seconds,
else would
that
really
gap.
happen.
So that move by the Vinchik car.
But
by
it is what it is. Tough race, tough race. Personally, not really happy with my performance.
Yes, so 2 laps to go for these guys in LMP2.
Digi magic
seconds.
all the way.
Darius Andre looks too far away
and yeah, we're gonna see how race 2 is happening for us. Hopefully a bit better. But yeah, for the time being, it is what it is.
Hemmingson's had a decent run through the second chicane, but is he going to get lucky again here with the traffic? I think he may well just about survive. In towards Ascari, he could be stopped a little bit. Into Lesmo too, in fact. He is going to be stopped.
P4.
Darius Andre has traffic to negotiate as well.
Anyway, yeah, guys, I think we're gonna have to finish this here. Really looking forward to see you guys on the F1 game in a couple of moments, because now we're about to go into qualifying. Over there, I will skip the first couple of minutes with the intermediates in that challenge, so just configuring out everything else, then getting ready for you guys on the stream here, and then we see how stuff will go, guys. I really appreciate your time for the 6 hours of Monza here. It's the final minute to go. Race clutch on the final lap now. And we're about to get ready here on the F1 23 game in a couple of moments. So stay tuned. We will be offline for 5 minutes, then we'll get going.
He's still got 3/4 of a minute remaining. By the way, Alexei Kutsak is also onto his final lap, just behind those LMP2 leaders. They just lapped
as we
him
watch
again.
the final stages of the race.
Last lap. Martin Hemmingson needs to get past this Porsche, and he's pretty much got it in towards the second chicane. He's not going to be slowed up once again. It's going to be too little too late for Gold Racing Esport by the looks of it.
I believe it will be, and there you go, you can see the chrome gold behind, and that's too far back, especially as this is the last lap.
Wow, what a close finish in LMP2. It's not going to be quite so close in Hypercar. Race Clutch are getting off to the perfect defence of their title. Season 15 champions in the DPI. It's a new car. The Vanwall Hypercar is on the scene of the Virtual Endurance Championship, but Race Clutch have tackled it with just as much talent as before. Tom Lartillo and Race Clutch win the opening round of the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 16. The 6 Hours of Monza goes to them. They'll finish ahead of Burst Esport and Vinchik Racing, who will join them on the podium. In LMP2, it was a very, very close one, but Team
being
Iris
that far down with the
setup
setup in P2 is like a victory.
Monza finish we've seen in the LMP2 category. Team Iris are winners in the Virtual Endurance Championship LMP2 category, with Martin Hemmingson beating Darius Andre to the line by mere seconds at the end.
Magnificent
and
job.
In the final corner right now, we are Blackhawk Racing from Aston Martin. A dominant display from them, leading from a very long way out to win.
Honestly, P2 in the first race being that far down is the best that we can have.
Incredible final stint there from the Blackhawk car.
Alright, enjoy your evening then. Have a good one. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Was so close, and there you go, you can see the final start.
So there we go, that is the race done. Guys, that's it for the moment here as well. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be right back with F1 in 3 or 5 minutes, so stay tuned.